He's got a little brawn.
So I got the Game of Thrones stuff.
My buddy just saw. I was gonna run out there, but we were doing the show, so I'll go out there probably tomorrow. They got the studio series, the new Dead 2-pack of Jazz and Ironhide.
Yep.
Yeah, Target has been restocking like crazy.
They have. They've been blowing up.
See, I collect the Hammond collection. I collect Transformers from the first 2 seasons in the movie. I collect basic Playmates Turtles, not NECA. I collect Masters of the Universe Origin. I collect all Star Wars 3 3/4. I collect Indiana Jones. I've just now started getting into the new Playmates stuff, although they're slow with it, so I'm good. What else?
Yeah, they've only had the one.
They've had 4 waves.
Oh, 3 waves. 4. Okay.
They've had a next gen wave. They've had a disco wave. They've had.
I thought those all came out at the same time. Does that count?
See, my store never got disco, so I assumed, even though it came out at the same time, it was a different
wave.
A
different wave. Okay.
Yeah. And then they have the Star Trek Wrath of Khan wave.
Yep.
And then they showed Prodigy, but they never released it. Isn't that ironic? Hey-o.
Don't get me started about Prodigy. I want to see season 2. What's up, Gamer Zone? What's up, Ethan? How's it going, guys? We're just getting ready. Zach's scrolling through the last episode to see what he talked about. So if anyone remembers, you can shout it out.
I confirmed last episode I didn't do Doc Onder, but now I'm thinking they might have been the episode before. So if it's not that one, then I haven't.
I'm pretty sure it was. I think we did that a long time ago.
I feel like you got him before I did, though.
I don't remember, man. Once I get a toy and I do a video on it, I basically I could throw all that knowledge out of my head. Like, I just don't care anymore.
Kind of purge it.
I normally keep those on my desk until I find edition them on the show, and then they go on the shelf so that I mess with them for a little bit. But he's been on my desk for that display.
Because I know you printed the display. No, you did do it because you had the display before I did. And you were like, look at this display. I'm like, that's the one you made me. And you're like, well, it's mine now.
But
I'm pretty sure you did.
I mailed you that, but I never printed it for myself until I got Doc.
I'm pretty sure you did.
I think this was the previous one, other than Doc. I got
Jabeam.
Yeah, I do all Obi-Wans.
Do you like the Obi-Wan show? Did you enjoy the Obi-Wan show?
I'm an Obi-Wan fan. I have an Obi-Wan tattoo. I like lifelong. Like, as a kid, Alec Guinness was my guy. But the ironic thing is, Obi-Wan show is not my favorite. So, wah, wah.
Alec Guinness and I share a birthday. That's a fun fact.
That's a fun fact.
So,
April 2nd.
Do you support eventually Ewan McGregor replacing Alec Guinness in the original trilogy reshoots?
No.
Let's do it, baby.
Never. Never.
Oh, we can't. So someone on my on my YouTube comments turned me around on the Anakin situation. We can definitely talk about that in the proper episode.
Turned you around how?
So let's
I'm a diehard Sebastian Shaw. Like, should never have been replaced.
I understand why George did it, but I don't agree with it. I don't agree with it.
Yeah, but he might have turned me around, but I still don't like what George did. Again, we'll talk about my thoughts on the episode.
Yeah, I have thoughts about that too.
Oh, we'll talk about it. We got to save the juicy stuff for the good times. But I'm
100% Hayden in Return of the Jedi. Just replace Sebastian in 15 years.
Save it. We'll talk about it. We don't have to wait. But one of the things I want to talk about, during this time, I did just go see Ninja Turtles yesterday.
Yep, we saw it a couple of days ago.
Yeah, it was 2 days ago. I saw it on Tuesday.
The preview, the fan preview or whatever. Yeah, or the early screenings. Yeah.
I was looking at theater times, and it comes out on the 2nd, and then my theater's like, here's a 2:30 in the afternoon showing. And I was like, I guess I can go. I'm supposed to be at work, but like, all right. And I had a lot of fun. I really liked it. It was a really good movie.
I think we can talk about it. Are we going to talk about that?
No, this is a good time to talk about it because it's not Star Wars. This is Patreon stuff.
Maybe do the spoiler-free thing because I haven't seen it yet. And
it's just Ninja Turtles, man.
No, I won't spoil anything, but what I'll say is I liked it, but I think I'll like it more now that I know what it is. Does that make sense?
That's true.
I think if I go back and watch it, because everyone's like that, as Star Wars fans, everyone's like, you see the new Star Wars movie? How was it, Jake? In like 10 minutes after you've been out, and you're like, I gotta make sense.
Yeah.
I gotta make sense of everything. I never give ratings after I see a movie. I'm like, I have to sit with it. I need to watch all the breakdown videos for the things I didn't catch. I need to read the novel. I need to so the Turtles, it redefined some things that I had to I had to kind of I don't like it. But other things were like, oh, I know that, or I love that was back, So that's a non-spoiler way of saying like every Turtles version, they reiterate. I mean, they redo.
They reinvent something. Yeah.
Veruca Saki, he was a rat. He was a human. He was a rat owned by a human. The whole, the whole conflict there, or what their origins are, or whether Leatherhead's a girl, or whether Leatherhead's a bad guy or a good guy. So I'm okay, but I did have to kind of sit with it first.
Yeah.
But then I think I'll like the sequel even more, though.
Same.
We'll see.
Yeah, I'm kind of feeling. I decided, even though I didn't feel it at first, I'm giving it a 4 out of 5. I feel like they really nailed the Turtles, and to me, that's the important part. And everything else is superfluous. Like all the little details of like you said, like how is what origin is Splinter, like who's a bad guy, who's a good guy, like all that stuff to me is secondary because the Turtles are about the Turtles. And when I collect Turtle stuff, that's mostly what I collect now. Is I have about I almost said 20, but realistically probably about 13 different versions of the Ninja Turtles back here because I just love everyone's individual interpretation of what they look like, and I love it when they're all different. I don't really like it anymore because that's how we grew up. In the '87 shows, they were all the same turtle, just with different bandana and different weapons. But then that was how you told them apart. But I love now that they're doing this thing where like you can tell if they took all their stuff off, you can still tell who's who based on just what they look like and stuff. So I love that about the Turtles, and to me that was what was important. There are a couple things I don't like. It's not a spoiler. I'm just gonna say I don't like it as a point when any of the Turtles have a crush on April O'Neil. I just do not like it. It's a hard pass for me. The 2012 series had a whole Donatello crush on April O'Neil thing. I just did not like it. I don't like it. I don't think any of the Turtles should have a crush on April O'Neil. That's just a hard stop for me.
You're a Venus de Milo guy, right?
Yeah, there's just or in the comics they've got Jenica. There's I'm not saying they have to be the same species. I just feel like, how does April choose what turtle? Like, I don't know. Like she can just be their friend. Just let April be their friend. They can just have a friend that's a girl.
And I will say, and the same thing with Rise of the Turtles, that last show that came out, which I was not a fan of.
Oh, it's my favorite, honestly. It didn't start that way, but it ended up that way.
I hear the end movie is awesome, but
it is.
The 2012 is the supreme for me.
It is solid from start to finish. Yeah,
it is. It is amazing. And plus also, I also have some things because my boy was the perfect age for it, and we watched it together. We collected it together. Yeah. So it's magical in multiple places. But I don't like when Splinter is inept, which they kind of done in a couple series now, and I don't like it.
So I will say he does come off that way in Rise, but by the end of Rise, I'm not talking about the movie. By the end of Rise, Splinter is great. And they have a reason for why he is the way. It's all psychological trauma for him. Okay. And he's like severely depressed because of his situation.
So it's like the last
I'm going to spoil Rise here for you. He was Hamato Yoshi. But he was also like he left the Yoshi clan because they're like, you have a destiny, like Shredder's gonna come back someday, and it's going to be your job to to defeat him, and he's like, I don't want to do that. I want to be my own thing. And he went to Hollywood and became a martial arts movie star. That's the movie star. Like in the episodes, it's always like, oh, Liu Jitsu. He became Liu Jitsu. So this movie star that the Turtles grew up idolizing, watching all of his movies and stuff, that was Splinter in his human form. Yeah.
Interesting.
So they do a good job of like, because I didn't like Splinter at first either. They made him this weird, lazy ass rat that didn't want to do anything, and he doesn't even call the Turtles by their name. He calls them by their color, and like I didn't like that. But I can't pinpoint where, but somewhere in the first season, I go from I don't really like the show to wow, I like the show. Okay. And I don't know when, I don't know where, I don't know why. But
I have to revisit it then. I'm not against revisiting it.
I'm going to say give it a chance, give it a shot. It's not even long.
Yeah, like I know they're like 15-minute episodes, right?
Yeah, and it's a season and a half because like the second season got cut super short. And then there's the movie, which is good. I see that Zach just typed Hayden is better than Sebastian in our show notes.
But that's just to remind us to talk about it.
Yeah. Anyways, what's up, Kirby Brock? What's up, Lance, Peter, Luke? People joining us in chat for being Patreon supporters.
Anyways, some familiar names up in here.
Yeah, we have some cool people. I just wanted to talk Ninja Turtles because I know you saw it and I saw it. And
I love it. I actually thought because Seth Rogen was producing it, it would actually be even more heavy on the comedy. But it wasn't. I mean, it was funny.
I agree.
But I expected, especially from the trailers, that it would be dialed to 11, and it wasn't.
Yeah.
It wasn't. I mean, it wasn't not funny, but
no,
it had more serious tones or more emotion than I thought.
Yeah, I agree with that.
It would have
for sure
based on a Seth Rogen jam.
Yeah. It didn't. The movie didn't feel very Seth Rogen-y. Like, Seth Rogen movies have like a specific vibe, and even when Seth Rogen is in something, like even when he's making fun of it, like in Chippendale's Rescue Rangers, he still just feels like Seth Rogen. Sure. But like, if I didn't know that Seth Rogen was Bebop, I don't know if I would have been able.
See, and I thought that way about John Cena. I was like,
same with that too. Yeah,
he's in here. Right now, I had to search for his name because Ice Cube was straight up Ice Cube. He just played himself.
Oh yeah, he's just Ice Cube. Yeah, I will say, I don't have a lot of critiques for the movie, but I think there were too many mutants. I think they could have pruned two or three of them, and the movie wouldn't have lost anything.
Well, they went heavy, with a lot of their main characters.
Yes,
like Baxter Stockman's Buzz, Fly version was about the only thing that was really missing from, I even saw Mousers show up in the back. Did you see that?
Yeah, there were a lot of fun little Easter eggs. But I can't remember which was it. Rasputin was the frog, I think. I don't think it was Napoleon, but
wasn't it Genghis? Yeah,
it was Genghis Frog. Yeah, it was Genghis Frog.
Genghis and Mondo Gecko and
Mondo Gecko was great, but Genghis didn't have to be in there. Like and
his design was a bit more extreme than everybody else's.
Yeah.
Paul Rudd knocked it out the park,
if it weren't for the end, I would have said Scumbug didn't have to be in there.
Yeah, right.
But
that was a fun cameo.
It was fun. I just feel like a lot of the mutants were just there.
From the toy.
Same. I've never seen Scumbug in anything but the toy.
Was he in the comics? Because the toys adapted a lot of those comics.
Yeah,
the Archie comics.
Yeah, like the gorilla, but they changed his name because he was Sergeant Bananas.
Yeah,
and then it was Gorilla, but then they changed his name to Sergeant Bananas.
Yeah. And Manta Ray was featured in the comics quite a bit.
Ray Fillet.
Ray Fillet, yeah,
Ray Fillet. Again, I love Ray Fillet. I like the design. I even love Post Malone. But if you took him out of the movie, it wouldn't have been a different movie.
Did you see what Post Malone did yesterday or today?
Yeah, he spent $2 million on a friggin'
2.6. I think
2.6. Sorry.
Yeah,
Post Malone dropped $2.6 million on a Magic the Gathering card for the One Ring, awesome. Which is there's only one of these cards.
It's one of one.
It's the one of one.
The one of one. Did you see the video of the guy who
he's like shaking?
He can't hold it. He knows he's a millionaire.
Oh, for sure.
Which is badass.
That's life changing right there. Imagine opening a card.
Though, as a collector, that's gonna hurt because my boy got into that game with his buddy, And so I've been buying them packs casually when I go to Target, because Target was carrying them and now they're gone. But so we were buying Lord of the Rings. We don't play Magic, but we like Lord of the Rings, so we thought it would be fun. And then he had a neighbor kid that had them too, so they've been playing. And man, it would as a collector, to know something is so rare, to then have to sell it. I know it's life changing. I know my wife would cut my.
I would sell it.
That'd be like me, if I had the Rancor prototype. Do I sell it or do I hold on to it? You know.
I think that I would sell. If it was something I wanted to collect, I would keep it. But like Magic the Gathering, that's something I'm not serious about. Like I could play it. I don't really own anything of it anymore. I used to have tons of cards. But if I got something that was worth that much,
that's what I'm saying though.
It's
a one of one.
It's a one of one.
Yeah. Like, do you guys have anything that's a one of one? I have one thing that's a one of one.
I don't have anything.
I am the one of one.
There it is.
That's all I got. That's
there
one
it
of
is.
one.
There it is.
Collected myself. Yeah, and I can't think of ways I would part with stuff.
I feel like the most unique things I have are definitely like the 3D prints. Like I know other people have those 3D prints, but it's like very limited and rare that people have like the mix of 3D prints that I have, that, you know, Lane Speeder Luke, and now I got a in print condition one. So those add like some uniqueness to the collection, because you can't just buy those straight from Hasbro.
Sure. No, that is awesome. The prototype scene is one I don't dare step into. I have one, but I don't. That's a dangerous another road to go down. Yeah. I am fortunate enough to be on Hasbro's good list, and so I do get, you know, actually I'll say this: they used to send out more valuable things to, you know, influencers and part of their brand media teams. You know, like one year we got that Black Series display set, right? With all the backgrounds and stuff. So you know, I am fortunate to be on that list, because I know those are only in the 20, 30 people probably get those. It's a limited thing.
I think the coolest prototype thing I've seen is that Chewbacca prototype they made for the employees.
Oh yeah, the
Force Awakens. It was for the Force Awakens.
It was the white Chewie, right?
The white Chewie,
the white Chewie box set, the white Chewie. I'm just trying to. I can't remember. I'd have to look on my website why they made that, but it was a Christmas gift, right?
Wasn't it? It was a Christmas
anniversary or a Christmas gift.
It was for celebrating, for like working on the Force Awakens products and all that. I'm pretty sure that's what Mr. Stevie said, if I remember.
Yeah, because
he's featured that. He has one.
Yeah. But hopefully
I'm at the point
one day.
I'm at the point of collecting Black Series where like rare stuff like that is my grail. Like I don't really have any grails. Like people are like, oh, a Captain Rex, or like I've got all that. I don't care. But something like that is super unique. It's something I'll never buy. Like I'm never gonna drop however much money that I need to buy. Yeah, like that's not worth it to me. But it'll be super cool to have.
Yeah, for sure.
Well, I'm actually, if I was to turn this camera around, I would show you an absolute mess of a room, because I'm prepping for a toy show that I'm going to be doing here in a couple of weeks. And one of the things that came up was our board games. So we cleaned out the family board game, and I'm counting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 Star Wars board games over there that, you know, a lot of them Hasbro sent our way, but a few of them I've gotten as gifts and a few of them I bought. But anyway, one of the things that popped up was the Trivia Pursuit Black Series edition. And I was very curious on like how many people consider that a part of your collection, because you are Black Series collectors. Does that have a place? Did you feel the need to have those Black Series diecast figures and the 3 3/4 line, or is it more of a Black Series devotion to the scale and not the branding?
For me, it's the scale, 100%.
It's the scale. It's always the scale. So
that's why I don't count the peripheral stuff is. Like the Reva Haslab that failed. People say, oh, there's 2 Black Series Haslab fails. I don't really count that as a Black Series fail, because it's not a 6-inch action figure. And I prefer 6-inch action figures. Like I have a couple of the Black Series helmets, But I would have those helmets if they were rebranded a different name. It's not necessarily that they're Black Series. It's just they're $125 and they look awesome, and they're affordable. So
yeah, I feel the same way. For me, it's got to be a 6-inch scale toy. Otherwise, I don't care. Although, I do like Trivial Pursuit, and that's something I would buy because it's Trivial Pursuit and it's a topic that I'm knowledgeable on, which means I would do well in it. But it's not something I would buy just because I'm a Black Series collector. I want that on my shelf to go with my Black Series stuff.
Sure,
yeah.
Well,
cool.
I think you're ready to. Just before we go on the main show, real fast, chat. Everybody sound good? Give us a last second.
Yeah,
feedback
let us know.
before
Does Zach sound too quiet this time again? Do I sound too loud? Does Jake sound too weird?
That is already. I know the answer to that one.
Yeah.
So Jake, we're gonna kick you out for 3.5 or so minutes, and then we'll do an intro, and then we'll bring you back in. You'll give a whole spiel about from Forlom to Zuckuss and all that. So
good luck.
we'll see you on the other side.
Cool.
Finally, he can still hear us. So
oh snap!
Yeah,
kick him out. Just auto kick him, blocking.
All right, let's get started with the episode. We're post 50. How crazy!
I can't believe
that?
it. I can't believe it.
Yeah, and it's not special anymore. 51. Nobody cares about 51. 50 was the big thing, and the 51's now you're one over.
Now we're on the road to 100. Now.
That's right. First episode to 100. Let's do it.
Oh Lord, the first 50 took a long time, but it seems like it's going fast. It's going too fast.
It went faster than I thought it would. That's for sure. Anyways, hi everybody. Welcome to Black Series Cantina. This is episode 51. We have a special guest for you today that we'll get into. But as always, I am Mike, your host, and with me I have Zach, your other host.
Hi there. Episode 51, like we mentioned, we have a great show for you because we have an awesome guest we'll introduce in 1 second. But also, it's going to be kind of weird because we're going to talk TVC more than we probably ever have on the show.
We figure at episode 51 we'll pivot. We're gonna pivot.
we're gonna be the TVC Cantina now going forward. Right. But obviously, it's gonna be the Ghost Haslab. We barely covered it last episode because we knew that we were gonna be joined by a guest this one, so we figured we'll cover it mostly on this one. And you have to talk about the Haslab.
You have to
talk about the Haslab.
You have to. Yeah. Well, we'll go ahead and bring in our guest here. Everyone say hi to Jake from Forlom to Zuckuss. That's really hard to say, by the way.
It is hard. Yeah. It is hard. It's not. It does not roll off the tongue for sure. Thank you, gentlemen, for having me. I'm excited for this. I know, Mike, we've been talking for a little bit for on and off, but I'm glad we can finally make it happen here.
I think ever since I met you at Celebration, I was like, we should have you on a podcast, and you're like, yeah, that's a good idea, and then
it's a great idea. I love this idea. But now I'm like, because COVID has eliminated the ability to tell real time. Was that 19 or 22?
That was 22. That was 22.
Okay. So it feels so much longer. I mean,
it does.
But no, I'm super happy to be here. I'm always down for talking Star Wars, toy collecting, action figures, all of the above, and let's do it.
Yeah. Surprisingly, I get feedback from our listeners. They're like, I like Star Wars: The Black Series, but I like it when you guys talk about other stuff too.
Heard it before.
But we're a Black Series podcast. But fine, whatever. I guess.
Well, Ryan Dole told me to come on here and talk all sorts of crap about 6-inch because he has become a 6-inch hater. So I will respect the show and not do that because we all know that I am a 3 3/4 guy, completist since like the beginning, like early 80s. So but I have my fair share. Like one of my most recent arrivals, Jabin Obi-Wan. So I got a place in my heart for Black Series, but it is very conflicted.
Yeah.
That makes
So
sense.
what makes you decide what Black Series figures are worth adding to your collection?
Oh, for me, that's easy. I'm a Obi-Wan focus collector in a lot of ways. Not extreme, not like every single product ever, but like when you have action figure lines, I will seek out the Obi-Wan. So Obi-Wan's always been my jam. And he had his own show. I don't know if anyone watched it, but I did. It was a kind of a rip on Obi-Wan.
It was,
because
yeah,
I
get
love
it.
it.
Yeah.
I love it. I love Obi-Wan, but the
love
show
the
was a
idea
little
of-
lackluster.
Yeah, see, that's
for
the
me.
thing about Obi-Wan. We can get into it a little later. It's like I love it because I love like Star Wars. Like some Star Wars is just bad. Prequels
Sure.
are bad, but I still love them like they're just a kid that's kind of going down the wrong path. I still love Kenobi, but I do have issues with it, but I still enjoy it. Like what I like from it.
I think every Star Wars anything, there's always something as a fan that you can like from it. That you can say, like, I enjoyed that part of it.
Yeah.
Like prequels, I could pick any prequels movie and be like, I like that part of that movie, or the sequels, which I like more than most people. But or even I will say the holiday special. It's a train wreck, but there are one or two small things in there.
Oh, no. I need to let you know. Mike,
Yeah.
if you ever make it out this way to Seattle area,
Sure. Yeah.
we are freaks about the holiday special.
Oh,
We
okay.
have
Do you have
Life Day
celebra-
parties.
Oh, okay.
Oh, absolutely. It's the major collector club here in Seattle. It's called Sarlacc. It's the Seattle area Lucasfilm Artifact Collector Club, and that was by Uber collector. Where am I? Uber collector Gus Lopez back in the 90s, and we have all embraced it as a part of our weird Seattle culture out here. So
Did
absolutely.
the acronym come first and then you added words to it?
No, I think that was they were looking for a Star Wars Sarlacc, right? And then they weaved out some type of acronym
So it kind of came together around the same time. We're like, we got these letters. What can we make out of? All right, that makes
Correct.
sense.
Yeah.
All
So
right.
Gus Lopez started Sarlacc, and then a while later, because those are hosted in people's homes, it's not like it's a public, fan club or collector club, because I mean, you're going into people's homes. You don't just put a sign on your house, Star Wars party tonight, And so some buddies and I, we created another Star Wars club that met in a local place at a restaurant once a month, and it's called STARS, the Seattle Tacoma Area Rebel Scum Society. And that was mostly because we were met all through the Rebel Scum forums back in the day, and we would trade action figures.
I was also on those Rebel Scum forums.
Right?
Yeah.
So you remember how important city reports were if you were back before social media.
Yep.
That is how you found your figures without, blowing a whole tank of gas.
Yep.
So we created STARS to then meet people and trade figures. And then that kind of became, because most people that were in STARS were also in Sarlacc. So that was kind of like a vetting area. It's like, hey, I don't know about this guy. Let's bring him to STARS and see if he's cool, And if he is, then, come on into Sarlacc. So yeah, it is. The holiday special has been embraced quite a bit over here in our neck of the woods. So.
Well, it sounds like I have an in whenever I go up there. So
yeah, absolutely, absolutely.
So, before we dive in too deep down some rabbit holes, Jake, how about you tell us how did From 4-LOM to Zuckuss become a thing? And just give us kind of a backstory of From 4-LOM to Zuckuss and just the history.
Yeah. Well, I've been around 10 years. The site has, and it mostly evolved out of the fact that we all know that around 2012, Star Wars, that 3D bubble kind of popped. Everyone thought it was going to be hot, and then it wasn't. And then a lot of the sites that I was going to daily for my Star Wars content, reading articles and whatnot, was starting to shift away, because what was 3 3/4 action figures doing? Because after the bubble popped for a second time with Phantom Menace merchandise, people were like, what was Hasbro even doing? What were they looking forward to? At that point, we didn't have the sequel trilogy on the books. We didn't have, Clone Wars had wrapped up. I mean, there's just what what was there.
Disney hadn't
And,
even bought Star Wars or Lucasfilm yet at that point,
yeah,
right?
in 12, or at the end of 12 or at the end of 13.
Yeah, but I
in
think
October
when
31st.
when Phantom Menace 3D came out, it was still a separate entity.
It was still, because they canceled the release of episode 2 and 3 in 3D, and then showed them to us at, they showed us episode 2 at Celebration. I was there because I have proudly, knock on wood, seen every Star Wars film in theaters on opening day since 1983. So that's a humble brag there. And that includes the releases, the reissues, I even went Rogue One. Was that this year or last year?
Yep, it was this year.
This year. Yeah.
Yeah, it was this year. Yeah.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, it was
earlier this year.
Yeah.
But yeah, so they were not writing about Star Wars action figures like they normally did. And then some of these sites I was going to aren't even around today. And so I was like, man, this really sucks. Because they were moving on to higher end stuff. I don't know if you guys realize, but like that was the time when sabers and helmets and statues and Gentle Giant and all these people were really producing a lot of high end stuff. And that's never been my collectability. I refer to myself as a toy aisle collector. And that's why I have issues with so much we can even say the Black Series has such a large percentage of its toy line as an exclusive somewhere that's not found in a toy aisle. Well, I don't think that, I was raised in the 80s. My love is things like, Mask and Centurions and Sky Commanders and stuff you would find at Toys R Us, G.I. Joe, Transformers, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, He-Man. Those are toy aisle lines. And when collecting started to move away from the toy aisle, I felt like, man, I've been left behind. But then I realized, all right, well, I've been doing this my whole life. Even I have these bins here. Over here are full of action figures that go all the way back to 77, like when I started, or 78, technically, when figures started coming out, right? I never got rid of my action figures, ever. And that goes for all the lines I collect, and the He-Mans, the Transformers, the Mask, whatever. That's a childhood Blizzard box right there, Buzzard box that I just refound.
I was staring at it. I'm like, is that Mask?
Yeah, that is. I'm missing 6 vehicles from the entire line, and all but one of them I had as a kid. So Ryan Dole from Yes Have Some actually has bought me my only modern Mask vehicle that I didn't have from my childhood, because otherwise I was almost complete as a kid. I was spoiled as hell. Trust me, I know.
It.
Yeah, no. And so when the action figure sites started going away, that I was like, man, I feel like I know something about this, and I'm known as the Star Wars guy in my friend circle, in my collecting circles. So I'm like, you know what? On a whim one day, I registered the trademark, or the URL from forlom to zuckuss.com. And I think I was on my planning period at school, and I just happened to do it. I'm a school teacher, middle school. And I did it one day. And then the next day I did all the social media accounts. And then I just took it from the idea, well, I'm going to write an article that I would want to read if I was, not me, right? Mm-hmm. And I approached it from the idea that probably no one's going to read this, but I feel like I have all these toys. I could take pictures of them. I know about them. I can write them. And then I always kept spreadsheets of my collections. And I'm like, well, maybe other people might want that. So then I started translating those into Word docs or into, web pages and whatnot. And then I started getting, light tents and photos and backdrops and ring lights and mics and stuff. And then at the same time, my buddy Jason Latroll started Galaxy of Toys here in the Seattle area. And so all us Seattle groups started, coming together in podcasts. So, there's a huge concentration of collectors, like well known in, collecting circles that live here in the Seattle area. So we pooled our knowledge and then it just opened up doors and opportunity. And I reached out to Hasbro. Hasbro sent me to their PR firm. I've been one of their approved media guys for, almost as long as the site's been around. Then I started presenting at Emerald City Comic Con and celebrations, doing panels about figure collecting. Then, the podcasting led to having my own show that I created with Chris from Galactic Figures, or what used to be Jedi Business. We did that for 2.5 years. So, now I'm, because of that, people knew me. And so I work a lot with Washington State SummerCon, where I interview celebrities on stage. And it just keeps, a snowball effect. You just kind of put your passion out there, and it's funny how you attract other people that have passion and take you in other places. So that is a very long-winded example of how, I wanted to write and read about Star Wars action figures, and now it's become this.
Yeah, that's great. I specifically want to know the name. It's probably the most unique name in the collecting community. So what was sort of the inspiration on that?
This is very easy now that they've re-released the retro collection. LOM, this is how those of us who grew up in the 80s, you knew this character as LOM. And then this character was Zuckuss, right? So the robot was Zuckuss and the alien was LOM. That was until they started doing role play, guides and whatnot in the late 80s, early 90s. And they realized that Kenner had switched their names. Okay, this was supposed to be a robot, and the LOM stands for the love of money. And so they finally reversed their names, or corrected their names, if you will. And so that was the idea behind it. The website would be from LOM to Zuckuss. So I'm covering everything in Star Wars action figures, from LOM to Zuckuss, and that could mean from A to Z. A lot of people don't realize, I'm from Seattle, Amazon. If you look at the Amazon logo, there is a arrow that goes from A to the Z in Amazon, because they carry everything now. And so it was the same kind of concept, covering everything to do, even the niche, weird, imperfections of the line, I guess, if you will.
Yeah, I love it because you have to be such a core collector to understand even the reference from the Switch. So I think it's very eye-popping. It's one of those if you know type things, and and there's a small group of people that do. I tell people, hey, back when I did the daily podcast Toy Run, and they're like, oh, I should follow you. I'm like, no. I go, do you like Star Wars action figures? And they're like, well, no, but I like podcasts. I'm like, then don't follow me. This is too inside baseball for you. This is this is not fun. This is like someone telling me, hey, I run a podcast on, China quilting, dishes, or quilting or whatever. Yeah. I'm like, I don't want to listen to that.
Sound
I like
fun.
podcasts.
I go through the exact same thing, because my wife will have friends where their friends like, oh, my husband likes Star Wars too. What's his podcast name? And I'm like, don't like they are not gonna, we talk about, not only do we talk about Star Wars merchandise, and we cover the shows and movies a little bit. Well, no movies have come out since we've been doing it, but the shows a little bit. But but we cover a specific action figure line, super niche. They won't want to listen to it. Trust me. Just don't even.
Yeah, no.
Just don't even bring it up.
I don't do it.
You know what? Even because in my little community, we have a gated community, and my wife and I have been doing a nightly walk for years, and just recently, within the last week, we've started meeting our neighbors, and they're always like, oh, you're the guys we always see walking around. But there's one where he's like, oh yeah, I like toys too. And I'm like, in my head, I'm like, okay, but like, do you like toys or do you like toys? Because if it's not the same level, if it's not the same level, I don't know how you'll take this.
We from obviously doing this for 10 years or so, I've seen, us Galaxy of Toys used to be like the only Star Wars podcast about collecting that you could even find, right? And now, you can throw a rock at them if you search, Spotify or iTunes or whatever, which is great. But in reality of podcasts, though, I mean, podcasts were only this then, and now they're this.
Yep.
But still, the collecting community on podcasts is still tiny, right?
Yep.
So it's still a very niche, even though there's so many shows out there. And watch them all. Go, have some, and find Geek Dad Life, and all our good friends out there, right? Yep. There's so many great ones, and there's some really bad ones too. I don't live in the negative.
We do our
and
best.
There's people who live in the negative and they make whole shows out of that. And I have had, I don't do that. So, but the negative casts, the good casts, all of them, they're still very, very small and niche.
Yeah.
And it's not, you got to really be into this to even, appreciate or enjoy or want to listen more for the most part,
Yeah. Whenever we started this podcast, I never thought that we would have enough of an audience to have almost 50 Patreon members that are willing to give us their hard-earned money just because they support the podcast. And
I was hesitant to start it. I'm like, no one's going to want to give us money for doing this.
I started
anyone
just
can
in case,
do this.
5 people maybe wanted to give us $2, but now we have people that give us the VIP tier, which is $25, and then we have an $11.38 tier for joining us live. We really appreciate all of our Patreon members. Speaking of Patreon,
what a great segue into our Patreon plug. Wow.
Let's just plug the Patreon real quick.
Insert Patreon bumper.
So if you're listening to the audio version of this, if you want to join the Patreon, you can support us $2 tier. That's just the basic tier. Or if you want to watch the YouTube video and see how me and Mike interact visually and then see all the cool action figures we get on the camera, you can do the Cantina Alien tier. And then if you want to join us live, that's $11.38, which is a nice Star Wars reference. You can join us live every other Thursday at 8 p.m. Eastern Time. And then you can also be a VIP member. That's $25 a month. So it's the price of an action figure these days, so we get it. But if that's in your financial budget, we would really appreciate it. You can join our VIP hangout, which we're going to have next Thursday with Wilbon and Kirby, which will be, I think we're doing August 10th at 8 p.m. Eastern as well. So we'll hang out for maybe an hour and a half or so and talk. It's their show. So if you want to join, me and Mike are the guests. So if you want to join VIP, you can run the show.
And just to reiterate, like I do every time, the only reason we bring this up is because we don't do ads. We'll never do ads. We've been approached to start ads and insert ads. We're not going to do it. The only way we get any money from this is Patreon. And right now, all of our Patreon money is going towards getting us to Japan in 2025 because we want to go to we want to go to Star Wars Celebration, but neither of us can really afford the money to go to Celebration. So if you want to hear us go to Celebration and do a show, that's where the money's going.
We'll do multiple shows over there too.
We'll do
something every day.
Can.
Yeah, we'll do.
You better live stream every damn panel from me.
Konnichiwa.
We'll just FaceTime Jake the whole time.
That's it. That's all we're gonna do.
Perfect.
That's right. Anyways, that's it. That's it for Patreon. You don't have to hear us talk about it anymore until we talk about it again, because we will talk about it again. But it comes up naturally. It's not an ad. This is an ad, and now this ad is over. Now it just says in the show notes, "Bring on Jake." That's all it says.
Bring on Jake. We're jumping around a little here.
We're starting over. No.
So I do want to go ahead and let's talk about Return of the Jedi a little bit because
it's the anniversary.
My thing is, I want to catch you up. My thing is in 15 or so we're on the 40th anniversary. So for the 50th anniversary, just take Hayden the age he looks because he'll be age appropriate Darth Vader. He should not be an 80-year-old man. He should be 45 or so. Just put him under the helmet when Luke takes it off, and then it's perfect. That's what I'm in. That's what I'm for.
Okay.
The 50th anniversary edition.
Well, okay. Let's explain George Lucas's theory. Why is Hayden replaced as a Force ghost over Sebastian Stan?
Sebastian Shaw. Sebastian Stan
is Winter Soldier.
Winter Soldier.
Yeah. No.
Which would be a wild change.
It was funny. I was at my masseuse yesterday, and we're friends with our massage therapist, and she was talking about how she had just watched Winter Soldier and Civil War for the first time with her family. And I'm like, oh, she's like, and no one told me Falcon was going to be in this, and he's my guy. And I'm like, there's a Disney Plus show, right? She's like,
yeah, right.
What?
And so his whole show.
Yeah, no, I know. And I go, they're making Captain America 4 starring him. You know this, right? So Sebastian Stan's been on my mind because we've been having that conversation.
It's crazy how people can just be so out of loop on something. Like, I get not knowing every little niche detail of something, but like that's a big thing to go so long missing. Like, you never saw a commercial with Falcon in it, and you never like, oh, Falcon's in this? Like, you never, not once saw that. Like, that's bonkers to me.
Yeah, I know. She's a little older than us, so you know, maybe I'm just gonna brush it off, right?
Just brush it off. Anyway, so you're talking.
So, if George Lucas is retconning of his creation with the special edition, and remember, the special edition was just an audition to see if he could make the prequels. Okay, we need to remember that George Lucas was just trying out shit, just to try it to see if he can make. You know, I know Gollum gets all the credit as the first live action non-CG star of a show, but you know, people really glaze over the fact that Jar Jar had a few years on him. Jar Jar is the very first lead character, CGI character. Yeah. So, but that's what George was trying. So he was just popping stuff in. But his justification for the Hayden was that was the last time he was of the light side, right? And so when you revert to the Force, you know, this Force spirit, if you know how to do that, right? Very few do. He was the chosen one, so he automatically gets a pass, I guess. No one had to train him how to do it because he's the chosen one.
Could you imagine if no one else figured it out and it's just him? It's just him by himself.
Do I? Yeah, no.
Yeah.
You guys see it? Who is this guy? Right?
He's just.
I'm assuming he was doing inferences. You know, like let's see, Obi-Wan, Yoda. That must be my dad.
Yeah.
Yeah. No idea who I. Yeah, but I guess my issue with that claim is Luke didn't do his job to bring his dad back to the light side if Sebastian Shaw is not there.
Right, I agree.
Because
I agree.
In order for Vader to make the switch, lift Palpatine up and give him the old hoot, that then why did he do it? If he was still a Darksider, if he was still evil, if he was still more machine than man, like why did he hoist his boss over the side? No, he found Anakin again. He became the light side again. So it makes sense that he's in 81. I mean, Sebastian Shaw, I think, was 81 when he filmed that scene. He should be an old ass dude, even though Anakin would probably only be what, 40 something?
45.
45.
Yeah. I did the math, and so I came around on this for that reason, but I still think everything is wrong. And what they need to do is refilm that scene with a current Hayden Christensen. And he would be a 45-year-old Hayden Christensen.
No, Hayden's not 45 yet. He's got a few years, right?
Well, it's close enough.
Young.
I feel like it's close enough.
That's why the 50th anniversary would be so perfect.
I'm 41, so
okay,
he's older than me,
and he's younger than I am. I know.
Oh, so my thing is, like, one of my things is with Sebastian Shaw. You see this old guy there, and of course, like everybody knows it's Anakin, but he shouldn't have hair. He should have giant scars on his face. He shouldn't have eyebrows. He should be just a normal Anakin Skywalker. So make Hayden Christensen the 50th anniversary. Just put him in there, and then you have the age thing down. You have the current 42. Thing down.
So he's a year older than me and a little bit younger than you. I still think that's close enough.
It's close enough.
Well, it's close enough.
If you can have him play the 18-year-old or whatever it was in the crappy flashback scene on Obi-Wan.
Right, yeah.
Why was that? My 12-year-old was sitting next to me and goes like, are they really making me believe that that's from Attack of the Clowns? I'm like,
he did look a little old. He had those lines around his jaw.
They had the crow feet and everything.
Yeah.
Oh, brother.
But because your reasoning, Jake, is exactly why I don't like it. Is having him be a young Hayden Christensen negates that change. Like, he was
100%.
It's saying that he wasn't a light sider when he died, but that's the whole point, is that he was. He redeemed himself. Right. He came back to the light side. So he should be he should be 45 years old or whatever. And in the original show, he's like an 81-year-old man, which is way too young. But then they changed it to be like a 20. And that Hayden Christensen is pre Revenge of the Sith, but post Attack of the Clones Hayden Christensen. Like that, because they added that in for the 2004 DVD release, because it wasn't there in the 1997 special edition, because they
that was the DVD version.
Yes,
correct.
it was they changed it specifically for the DVD release, which was 2004.
They did it while filming Revenge of the Sith, and they didn't even tell Hayden. They were like, just stand here and smile.
Yeah. So
that's what
you're
Hayden
seeing,
said.
yeah, exactly. Is you're seeing a Hayden Christensen who's way too young to be a Darth Vader of that age, versus an old man who's way too old to be Darth Vader at that age.
I also just think it's one of the reasons he did it is because you're sending him back to before he even got the wounds of Darth Vader, like whenever all his limbs were chopped off and he burned.
I think people can look like however they want to look like. Like if I came back, I would and like I got into a car accident, I'm not gonna look like I just got into a car accident, dude. I'm gonna look like I look like, how I remember myself looking like.
Will Bond, you just gotta buy the get the what's that? The Harmony special edition. I have all three on Blu-ray.
They have these specialized editions. I've got the 4K 77 and the 4K 83 and all that stuff. They exist if you know where to look. And I normally don't condone like KOs and bootlegs and stuff, but if it's not available, that's my one caveat. Like if that's a version that you really want and it's not available, then you knock yourself out. You do what you got to do.
See, and I am, how do you say? I think you are on this planet for a very limited number of rotations around the sun. And so if you want to watch a show that's not available and you have access to a copy of it, watch the show.
Yep.
If you have access to, and this is the controversial part, if you have access to a figure that looks like a figure that you can't afford, but you can afford the look-alike, it's your life, it's your money, it's your, I mean, you guys are focused on a collection that's only a decade old, right?
True.
So, the idea behind bootleg Black Series isn't really a thing, but for someone
We have
who...
We have some.
Well, I'm sure, yeah. But I mean,
Veal's Toy Store.
why wouldn't you? I mean, if Hasbro's not making a figure and someone else is making that figure, why not?
Yeah.
Buy one compatible, right? I'm even though I'm a lifelong collector, I'm a school teacher, so I'm never gonna be I'm never swimming through, Scrooge McDuck money vaults, right? And so,
what are you talking about? Teachers make bank. Are you kidding me?
Banks, so much banks, all the banks. And so, if someone's making a bootleg figure of a figure that I'll never be able to afford because they go for $200,000 and there's only 20 of them in the world, why wouldn't you buy it? Like, if you want it, it's your money and you could spend $50 on something that looks like, how many people have Mona Lisas hanging in their house? They don't own the real Mona Lisa, but they have a replica. Yeah. Right? No, yeah. Bad example. You know what I'm saying, though.
I get what you're saying. I
feel like it's your life, it's your money, and your, whatever.
You heard it here first, everyone. Jake's official position is anarchy.
Anarchy. It's not anarchy.
Do what you want. Do whatever you. No,
do what feels good.
Do what feels good. Yeah.
It is a good point,
feels
though.
Good. Like, it can't be wrong.
You're gonna die someday. Just buy toys.
Right? I mean, that's the end of the day. That's all I want. And this is why I value my friendship with the Yes Have Some crew and the Toy Anxiety group, is because they are hardcore toy collectors, but they understand at the end of the day, they collect children's toys.
Yeah.
They understand that what the nostalgia is and the fact that these are plastic pieces of someone else. And it's just, we are toy collectors.
Yes.
This is nothing more than action figures.
Yes.
I worked at Toys R Us for 3.5 years. I know how important toys are to people. I know how important they are to me. But at the end of the day, I know that they are toys.
Yep.
And that's just, some people think that, buying toys makes you a lot. I'm sure I'm not the only one, but a corporate shill if you buy from one company and not another, or or you're ruining the hobby if you ever own a bootleg, or or
there are
KO,
people that said I was ruining the hobby because I publicly said I was going to buy the Black Series Black Chrysanthemum when it was announced, and I got so many people.
How dare you buy a toy
that I'm spending my money on something that I wanted on my shelf for a very specific reason that, even if I didn't have a reason, who cares? It's a toy.
You've ruined it.
I've ruined it. Yeah.
The hobby's ruined.
Yes, but because
they didn't make a screen accurate one a year later.
Yeah,
and they didn't make, so you ruined it. So thanks for
terrible.
that.
It's awful.
Well, actually, you're to blame because it has so few accessories.
Yes, correct. It's
I
my
will give
fault.
you that.
No, it's 100% my fault. I made that decision. Yeah.
Because I just bought a second one in 3 3/4 that has more accessories than the more accessory one that I bought or pre-ordered.
Yeah, you pre-ordered it. You got the
Did I get the exclusive before I got the pre-order?
You did.
Yes, I did.
Yeah, you did.
See, this is the problem.
Yeah.
And it comes with everything that the mainline version does come with, right?
Yep.
For TVC.
It does.
So
100%. And that's why you sell that one first.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, no, I'm not out here defending the choices of corporations who know how to manipulate me, because I'm very aware of it.
Yes.
I'm aware of it.
I know I'm being manipulated.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like someone being sad that the prostitute doesn't love them. It's like
right.
It's like, why don't you love me?
Girl doesn't really think that you're super funny and cute.
Right.
Yeah.
It's like, no, I know what's happening here.
Yeah.
I'm consenting to it. Yeah. Why are you giving me issues? Like,
just let me enjoy my toys.
Right.
Yeah. I went through the same thing today with the Luke and Grogu pack. People were complaining about it on those Facebook pages, and then I got in a nice debate about it. People were like, "Who asked for this?" Literally me. I saw the episode, and I said, "I want a Luke and Grogu build-up pack." Yep. You can probably go to that Black Series Cantina episode, and I probably said I want that. It's probably in a build-up pack.
Anytime someone says nobody wants something or nobody asked for something, I always respond the same way. Wow. You've just confused yourself for everybody. How embarrassing. Because, the answer is there is always somebody that wants something. Like Zach said, and me, I bought that pack. I love that pack. I haven't done toy reviews in months. And that's one of the packs where I'm like, I'm going to do a review on this. And I'm just going to plug it. I did a review on it. So if you want to see my review on it, you can go on my YouTube channel and you can watch it. It's a pretty good review. I think it was pretty good. Anyways, it's crazy how mad people are. I feel like they think that they have seen through the veil. They're like, oh, this isn't worth as much money as they're charging. And now that they've seen the truth, they want other people to agree with them. And if you don't agree with them, then you're on the wrong side.
Welcome to America 2023.
Right.
Right. Jeez. I'll spare your show by getting political, but I'm saying that's that is
it is
the mentality of the 2020s, and we're gonna look back and go, dude, do you remember when we did that? Or when everyone did that, or it was going to be the culture.
Yeah. Well, and the reason for it is we all grew up with console wars. And you identified your whole life by whether you were Nintendo or you were Sega. And that's it. And if you were Sega, and the only reason that you had to choose is because nobody's parents were rich enough to have both. And if you were, if you were one of those kids who was rich enough to have both, you didn't really get a say. But you had to draw a line because you had to choose Nintendo or Sega. And if you were Sega, you were dead to me. Because Nintendo was the only way to go. And I feel like we just...
Android or Apple, What are you?
Yeah, if I text... When I was dating, if I ever texted a girl and it came back green, she would not... she would not get a second date. She just would not. But I feel like we just never got...
This guy.
We never grew out of that mentality. Like, it's a very human, tribal mentality. And it's the same thing that we joke about on this podcast, this very podcast. We make jokes about TVC versus Black Series, and it's mostly in response to there are a couple of online accounts that I won't name that are very pro TVC and very anti Black Series, where
I don't know who you're talking
where
about.
TVC is the only valid way to collect Star Wars, and we joke about doing the opposite of that because it's just a response to that. I don't really care. Like, I don't really care that you collect mostly TVC. I don't care how you spend your money or what you collect. I don't personally like it, but like, I'm not mad that you collect it.
Right.
I'm not mad that they make it. I don't feel like anytime you get something, it's taking something away from me, because I know that's not how it works. Like, every
It's
line,
a pie. No, it's a pie.
No, it's a whole pie.
Yeah, it's a whole pie.
It's
and
a
you
whole
just
pie.
took it. Thanks.
You're
Thanks.
welcome. It's a finite closed system. No, but it's so weird how people, they just have this weird tribal mentality of like, okay, I am for this, I am not for that, and that is the bad guy. Anyone that does not agree with me is wrong, and that's just. And at the end of the day, we're just talking about toys. Like, these are just
Thank
toys.
Thank you.
Even though,
Yes.
it would be really nice not to have that little brother taking up figure budgets, but,
Oh.
Anyway,
My world was opened, though. I will say my world was opened when a former his name is going to escape me, of course, because I need it right now, and
that's
I
how
won't
it
be able
works.
to grab
And you
it.
need it right,
Yeah.
and you read it now,
I need it.
and that name's just gone.
There is a former Hasbro Star Wars sculptor designer who was you guys probably saw this. It was a few years ago. He was at the ZBrush conference, right? And he was debuting some of the newest technology. ZBrush, for those who don't know, is the system that they digitally sculpt a lot of the action figures through these days.
Yeah.
And anyway, he was talking about to mold, the metal molds that physically, clap your plastic figures together and form them. They cost $100,000, right? So per figure, per sculpt, per mold, whatever, is today $100,000. And he said, with the amount of pieces between the 6-inch figures and the 3 3/4 figures, there is no difference in the mold cost. And that right there kind of enlightened me, because, as a 3 3/4 figure collector, primarily, right? I was a little sad when Black Series came out and it started, getting so much momentum,
It gained
because
so much steam after
right.
that
Yeah.
first
No,
year,
I was no longer. I mean, if you think about it, 3 3/4 has been the standard size since '78, right?
Sure. Yep.
And so you guys come around in 2012 and 13-ish, and then start to take away some of that wind from the sales, right? I mean, of course, I would be upset about that. Not upset about people who collect them, but just the fact that, you're not the shining child necessarily anymore, which is, that's just me, right? As someone who's used to having this thing. But when I learned that a few years ago, I'm like, well, that, of course, from a business perspective, why wouldn't I create more 6-inch, or why wouldn't I push 6-inch harder than 3 3/4 if I can make double the amount of money from that product, right? If it costs me the same to make 3 3/4 or 6-inch, why wouldn't I create more 6-inch? Because from a corporate position, it's going to make me so much more money, right? And again, it's just like sitting back and realizing you collect toys. Toys are for kids. Toys are also for collectors, but a corporation has stockholders and needs to make money and whatever. It's just having that perspective, which sometimes toy collectors can be, the blinders are on and they just don't see anything other than, I don't want to pay that, or that's not worth the value. But, at the end of the day, I mean, it's a smart business move to make 6-inch over 3 3/4 if it costs the exact same amount to mold them, right?
Sure. Yeah.
And Crisby had Daryl DePriest on. Daryl DePriest is the old Star Wars brand manager, also old G.I. Joe brand manager from Hasbro. And he said they delayed releasing, because he helped design the 6-inch line. back, a decade plus ago. And he said, we actually delayed releasing it because we knew it would cut into the 3 3/4 line. And so, here we are a decade later. We both have it. I feel like for the most part, they've been better about balancing it.
I feel like they have
lately.
It's not, if for a while it was definitely, we were getting reissues and you were getting new product, right?
I agree. And there's whole swatches of time periods, like, and we'll talk about this in a bit, but with the Ghost, 3 3/4 inch collectors are just now getting Rebels figures. Like they had the simplistic line.
Yeah,
but
we had the 5 and 3, the 5 POA.
The 5 POA line, but that's not the same as like the TVC. Like there is a difference there, and I 100% I get that. Or Bad Batch. Like you got one, right? I got one. You got one.
No.
You got Hunter.
No. Take that back.
Yeah.
I got 3 in a multi-pack that were all repaints of clones. So I got 4 figures. I only have 1 new actual character.
But that still didn't. That took a while to come out, still though, right?
It did.
It wasn't
did.
like
we don't. Yeah.
Pretty soon after. I think it seems like they use Black Series to push the new media more than they use TVC for sure.
Well, I love this character.
Mm-hmm.
You love Omega.
Omega.
Yeah.
Omega. Come on now.
Omega.
Omega is. How do I say this? She did what Ahsoka couldn't. She was lovable from the get-go.
That's true.
Ahsoka,
That's true.
I've told the story before,
Yeah.
so I'll tell the very abridged version. Ahsoka was the most annoying character in 2008. Everyone was like, what the F is this? Anakin doesn't
People
have a Padawan.
hated
So first of
Ahsoka.
all, it's a wrong.
Yeah.
Second of all, she's whiny little bee.
Yeah.
I mean, it was just like everyone.
Sky
I don't care.
Guy.
Yeah. No, and people will say, "No, I always loved Ahsoka."
No, you did
Bull
not.
Crap.
Yeah.
Actually,
I am old
Einstein
enough to
has-
know that people hated 3PO. People hated 3PO. 3PO was the whiny character from the early 80s. People hated him. I'm of the era of people hated Ewoks because they were the cute little guys. I mean, might look deceptive, but I am that old to know that people revision, right? Just
Well,
like
we're
all
seeing
those.
revisionist history right now with prequels. Like people,
Right?
well, you have people like,
Absolutely.
and I want to pull back a little bit. Zach is here. Zach is what I considered a youngin, and he was the right age for things like Ahsoka in 2008 and the prequels. Like when you're a kid, you just kind of accept stuff. You don't really have a critical eye.
Correct.
So you just, and I go back when I'm watching like Transformers or whatever the cartoons in the 80s. I'm like, this is awful. I love it, but it's terrible.
He-Man is unwatchable.
It's so bad.
That was my favorite
It's
show.
so bad.
It is unwatchable.
It's so bad.
But I'm buying every character that comes out.
Yeah. It's the same thing. But for us, like I'm in my 20s or whatever when 2008 hit, or when the prequels hit. I was 17, 18 years old. Like, I remember the reception. I remember people, it's awful, it's terrible. Star Wars is ruined. Star Wars is dead. And, over the next decade and a half or whatever, you got the kids that are Zach's age and stuff like that. They're growing up and they're like, no, I loved them from the start because, those are my childhood. And I get that. But you can't pretend that it was always that way. Mm-hmm. That is revisionist history because while those kids loved it then, that was not the majority of fans of
the time
age of the time.
No.
Yeah.
Actually, Eckstein has literally said in interviews that she was pretty much depressed for like the first year after the backlash from Ahsoka, and it took her a couple years for her to finally get the love. And now Ahsoka's leading her own damn show.
Yep.
Later this month. So
yeah, we have one more episode until that's a thing that we get to talk about on the show.
And speaking of the age thing, real quick, I thought it was funny because I think this is pretty funny. Whenever you said console wars, instantly my head went PlayStation, Xbox, and then you said Nintendo, Sega, and I was like, oh yeah.
No, the original console wars was Sega Nintendo.
I didn't even consider it, and then you were like, oh, Nintendo, Sega. I was like, yep, that makes sense. It checks out.
It's fun. I've done this before because when I used to, I was a pretty common guest on the Sandcrawler podcast. and Mike Tarkin was 10 years older than I am, and then Dan was 10 years younger than I was.
Right
and so we had these three perspectives always going, and it's the best shows have that diversity, right?
Yeah, I think
no one
that's
wants
why
to listen to a show where everyone's like, yeah, me agree, I agree.
Yeah, I think that's why people enjoy our shows, because Mike and I, there is a 10-year, 11-year age, maybe even 12. There's an age gap.
I don't want to think about it too hard, honestly.
We have different perspectives. I grew up with the prequels, so I can give that perspective, and then he grew up with the 90s and late 80s and all that. So
yeah, I was a fan during the dark times in the 90s when the only thing we had were terrible books.
Oh yeah, on Bendham's.
Oh yeah, Bendham's.
Searching for Bendham's. That was I've made the controversial statement before, saying that I am the perfect age of a Star Wars fan, and that hurts everybody who's a Star Wars fan, because they are themselves the perfect age, right? But I do like the fact that I was born in 76, so I can't say that I was a fan in Star Wars of 77, right? But I definitely had the figures by 80. So Empire, I saw, and I grew up in the 80s through it, but the prequels came out right when I was still like around 18 years old, and I still feel like I still viewed them through a youthful lens, and so I love the prequel era. Love the prequel era, and all the books and the comics and the video games are all tied in. Now, the problem with the prequels as opposed to the original trilogy is the original trilogy, you can watch the 3 movies and have a complete whole great story. The prequels, you literally needed to read the comics and play the video games and read the novels to get a better feel of that whole world, right? And then the sequels are just a mess in regards to that, because they still haven't explained stuff that happened in the sequels. So
agreed.
So I live in this weird world where I really like the era that I grew up in, because I could tie into so many. But going back to Ahsoka started as such a whiny character. You did not like her. And then I remember I was shocked when her finale, when she walked away from the Jedi Order, I was like shocked, because I had a tear come down my eyes, and I'm like, how did I get here? What did Dave Filoni do? He drugged me or something, because I hated this character, and now I am like tearing up that she's leaving this. And when she came into the Rebels show, that's when that show got good. That Rebels was not good from the outset. On Galaxy of Toys, we call them just hanging out on the planet of Kansas, because it's just all hanging out. Yeah, the wheat fields. That's all it is. For like the first 2 seasons, you're like, wow, this is a great show. They're on Kansas again. But then when she came into that show, it started to be good. When Maul came into that show, it started to be good. So, Ahsoka is the Omega. They did what they didn't do with Ahsoka. She was absolutely lovable from onset, right? And that is why I had to have this figure, because I'm not a huge, obviously completist of the line, but also when she's discounted for $9.19, I couldn't go wrong, especially the fact that she's got, what is this creature with her again? It is the,
and she has a name. Wow. I can't remember it right now.
Doesn't even say. See, that's the problem with TVC and Black Series. Black Series is even better than TVC, but you get this little blurb here. The vintage collection, horrible packaging. I know it's nostalgia based. Here's a Han Solo figure. I know what movie it's from. That is it. That is all the information that's on this card. To a kid this day, who is this, a good guy? Is this a bad guy? Is this a rebel? Is this a Jedi? I'm as much as I love the packaging of TVC, I just wish there was a more kid-friendly version.
Do you remember back in the day when they had little file cards in the back and the Palo Force 2, stuff like that? You got a little blurb about.
Do you know who wrote those? Steve Sansweet.
Steve Sansweet, yeah.
Steve Sansweet wrote those. Here's the thing. I have 3 sets of those cards. I have a carded version, I have a still on the card back, and I have a cutout version. It's crazy town, I know. but I absolutely love the detail. Going back to Turtles or He-Man, where they tell a story, or they define their action figure weapons and accessories. These lines here are purely nostalgia based, and they make you pay because this is a $16.99 figure. A 3 3/4 figure is $16 now, $17, and to the average kid, this is not a desirable product, right? I don't know. I have again toy aisle issues. Even this here, Nubs. Have you watched this series yet?
I haven't watched it. No, the Young Jedi series. Yeah,
I've watched a couple episodes. It's obviously not made for us, so my attention span isn't super long. But this is a really cute character, and I had to get a Yoda because this is probably the only version of a New Republic Yoda that we'll have. Because I don't see. Do you see Black Series doing New Republic?
You mean
the High Republic?
High Republic. Sorry. High Republic.
I would like to. I had a couple of High Republic
you would
figures.
Like to, yes.
I don't think so, though. I don't think we'll see it. No.
I don't think it'll happen unless it's on
Acolyte
screen.
Comes out, right?
Unless it's on screen.
Well, they'll do it. They're doing a movie. They're doing a High Republic movie.
Yes, that's true. But we're going to get Acolyte before
we're going to Acolyte. So they'll probably do something around then. But I'd love to see, like, from the books, the characters from the books. Because I've read a couple of those, and they're pretty good.
I personally haven't fallen in love with any of the Disney era novels, and not saying that all of the old novels were worth beans, but there were some really good ones.
There were some good ones, but there were a lot of bad ones.
There was a lot of stinkers. Like I kind of got distracted with the Yuzhan Vong. Like I just didn't.
None of that. Yeah, I don't like anything. The new Jedi Order. Didn't like any of it. Honestly, I really didn't.
I wasn't a big fan myself. I really liked learning the background stories of like the tales of Jabba's palace and the tales from
but
the
even
Cantina.
Those stories were pretty bad. Like they had Boba Fett was named Jester Muriel from the planet Concord Dawn. Like, they didn't have any information, so just making shit up.
Right.
And they had to go back and retcon all of that stuff to make it work. But I remember I was in high school reading Tales of Jabba's Palace. I'm like, who the fuck is Jester Muriel? Like what? What is happening?
Let's see. I remember reading Boba's backstory when I had that famous Marvel comics come out, the yellow one that tells the story of Boba Fett there. So yeah, where he was a clone super commando, right? I mean, it's
which is closer to his actual backstory than Concord. Concord Dawn became a moon of Mandalore, and anyways. Yep. And it was a whole thing, but like they just
and then showed up in Book of Boba Fett too.
It did, yeah.
In his chain code, right?
In his chain code, yeah. Yep. No, Jester Muriel became like Jango Fett's
mentor
or something like that. Yeah. Anyways,
So before we jump into fine editions, I do have.
We haven't even talked about fine editions. Off the rails.
I do have.
I told you this would be a long one. I'm sorry.
I love it. I love it. This is some great chat here. And hopefully the audience is loving it as well. But I do have like a genuine question. I'm not trying to like hate on TVC or anything like that. It's from somebody who genuinely just wants to know. What's it about the vintage collection brand? Because it seemed like whenever it was the Black Series 3 3/4, that didn't sell too well. And then there was so much hype for bringing back the vintage collection once the Black Series 3 3/4 died. So what is it about the brand vintage collection that it has to say on the box?
That makes a question.
You are talking to the wrong person. Because my devotion to 3 3/4 is 3 3/4. It is not based on a packaging. Right now, I collect TVC because that is the current, TVC and retro, because these are considered retro. They're technically part of the vintage collection, but people don't even like to say that because of their lack of articulation, right? But I collect 3 3/4, and that is my loyalty. That is my loyalty. So if Hasbro decided to stop TVC tomorrow and make 5 POA the only line they have, I'm still fine. I am still happy because that is my scale. It's probably my scale because I grew up with it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And when Star Wars died, I often refer to G.I. Joe as my mistress, because I then just went right into G.I. Joe in 1985 and 84 when Star Wars was done. And I collected 3 3/4 G.I. Joe all the way until about 2004. I was like almost complete. And so I loved the scale. It was my scale of my youth, right? Now, folks today get really obsessed. There is a huge following about this packaging, and some of them are based on nostalgia because this looks like, packaging from the 70s and 80s. And then other people are obsessed with it because it is what they've considered their standard for the 3 3/4 action figure line. Because there are people out there that don't like the 5 POA. There are people out there that don't like the animated versions. And there's people out there that just only believe that the highest quality, the highest likeness, the highest released in 2023. And I don't agree with that at all. I am fully fine with these. I wish these were in 3 3/4. I would absolutely die if they did this Young Jedi Adventures line in 3 3/4. Because I feel like to make this, figure live on, you need to appeal to the younger generation. And nothing about this, like I said, is kid friendly. This is, this is legalese. This is a very small cross sell, and there's zero information about, what kind of blaster does he have? What adventures did he have during this, right? There's nothing to live in the world of Star Wars with this packaging. This is clearly a collector-centric packaging. And so, I think the reason these are so popular is because they are numbered. And I think if they weren't numbered, it would probably not be as popular. This is number 281 of these, and that's not including variants and not including, unnumbered versions and play sets and what have you. But the fact that they have a very long running line is part of the attraction for collectors, along with nostalgia, along with TVC is a brand of super articulated, the highest quality. So you saw just at San Diego Comic-Con that Revan was released or announced. They showed off that Revan. They announced Revan 5 years ago, but because what they did was going to take a previous Revan figure that wasn't enough articulated. It wasn't 5 POA, but it wasn't super articulated. It was somewhere in between. Diehard fans of these rebelled and said, absolutely not. We will not support that in the line. And so then they scrapped it. And so for the last 5 years, we weren't getting a Revan until now. And so it is it's almost like buying a Mercedes. You expect a certain amount of quality by buying a Mercedes, right? But who can afford a Mercedes? Can the average person afford a Mercedes? Probably not. So that is probably my issue with it. I don't think it's a very viable for a action figure line for every figure to be $16, $17. That doesn't have, you're creating a boutique line of action figures at this point. And boutique lines, don't last super long. I think you need to be creating a lower price point line that appeals to a wider audience in order to make the line grow on. But right now they're striking while the iron is hot as can be. But that's why I think TVC is popular, but at the same time, that's why I think it's also a detriment. I think it's ultimately going to, I have this. I am very happy about this. The cell barge is over there, right? The Ghost is, already paid for, or not already funded. It's still being, funded as we speak.
It's still growing. Yep.
But do I think these could exist without TVC? I absolutely think I do. I do. If you go back and look at the action figure lines before TVC, I mean, we have gunships, we have the
movie
Legacy
lines.
Falcon, we have, every vehicle you could possibly imagine. The problem is we have less vehicles now than we did because TVC has elevated that line to having such high quality. So if you lower the quality a little bit, you can have more. And that's my point, but that's, that's a difficult thing for a lot of people to
grasp.
I feel like if people want that quality, then that's why they should go up to the 6-inch. Like that's a line that lets you have more detail.
Yeah.
And
your line is the collector line.
Right.
I don't need the 3 3/4 line to be the collector line as well.
Yeah, exactly.
That's what
I agree with that. Yeah.
I 100% agree with that.
One of my legit non-hater things about TVC is the other day that Han Solo right there. I was at Walmart and it was on the peg for $16.99 or $17, whatever it is at Walmart, and there was some other figures there, and I was looking at it this looks like Han Solo, but it kind of looks more of like a caricature of Han Solo, anyways. I just feel like for that price point and for it to not look like a sitting image of Harrison Ford like the Black Series one does, I feel like they shouldn't be that high of a price point. It's just getting a little crazy with TVC, in my opinion.
And that's the thing. I mean, again, I grew up with action figures that weren't screen accurate, that weren't, hell, they weren't even named right. These figures didn't even have the right names, right? So that's the thing. I don't personally, I'm of a minority. I'm 100%. I'm speaking on behalf of a minority in the Star Wars collecting world that I don't need my figures to be amazingly, absolutely perfect. What I want is to have a resemblance of that figure and to world build with it, because play sets and vehicles were the name of the game growing up. And now, those are few and far between. We get some nice ones, but man, we have to pay for it, right?
I'm glad you brought that up. Just real quick, Mike.
Yeah, it's fine.
I'm really glad you brought that up because it seems like so many collectors online are so worried about the smallest minute detail being off on a Black Series figure. Remember that comment we were talking about where the guy was pissed about Cassian Andor's boots not being 100% accurate? And we're like, we understand if you're talking about wardrobe changes from the prototype they saw to the finished product and being upset about that. But when you're talking about the boots, and I was in a debate with a guy on Facebook today, and he was saying, literally today, I have the screenshots. If I had it ready, I'd share the screen. But you can go on my Instagram story right now if you're watching live and look. I posted it there actually because I roasted the guy. But he was saying that the Luke and Grogu build-up pack, the Luke isn't accurate, quote unquote, not accurate at all to the Luke in the episode. And then so I saved a picture of both of them, looks completely identical, posted it, and I said, "Are you blind? What are you looking at? This is almost identical." They even sculpted new boots to match. And then he said, "Oh, he actually had a little bit baggier sleeves in the show."
Baggy sleeves. That was his baggy sleeves.
And so
the sleeves are baggy enough.
And the guy was going off anonymous user, like what Brian Dickey just said. And
so it was bonkers.
So I replied, if your argument is baggy sleeves, but you're saying not accurate at all, I need something more than that because that's just ridiculous. Right. And it's more people need that mindset of it doesn't have to be 150% accurate. It's people grew up with, buff Luke Skywalker back in the day.
That's what I was going to say is when I was a kid, I got into Star Wars collecting during Power of the Force 2 in 1995. My Luke Skywalker looked like he hit the gym and roided out all day. You had to squint to even make it close to looking like a Mark Hamill likeness. He looked like He-Man, and that's not even a joke. He just did. They made him look like He-Man, same haircut and everything.
And I absolutely adore those figures because they are a product of their time.
Yes, absolutely.
Find me an action figure line from that time in the 90s that weren't roided out.
No, you had the X-Men, which were all roided out. You had the Power Rangers, all roided out.
Oh, crap. The example I love using is friggin', who did the Zorro Antonio Banderas movie figures. Like Luke's got nothing on Antonio apparently from the Zorro movie. I mean, every single line that was the go-to, superhero physique that everyone had. Didn't matter what line you were doing. So I love it. I would absolutely love a modern version of the Power of the Force 2. I would love for like a Black Series buff Luke or a Vintage Collection buff Luke. I would love to see it somehow brought into the modern line, because I know they've done the card backs,
but I
right?
would also, honestly, if they made a super buff Luke, I would in a heartbeat.
Wouldn't it be hilarious?
Yeah.
I mean, Marvel has the buff.
Yeah.
Hasbro just needs to go to the next department over and go, can we put a white, a white tunic on this?
Yeah, absolutely. Just take a Marvel Legend, some buff little. Yeah, absolutely.
It would be hilarious. And it would be, I mean, because of course, so many your age that grew up with that Power of the Force, have money to spend and would love that nostalgic little, nod to the past. Man, I don't know. There's money being left on the table, and we're just putting it out there, and sleeping on it.
If you woke up in the morning and you were like CEO of Hasbro, or they handed you the keys to Star Wars, Black Series, and Vintage Collection, what are some things you would change to how you think would be better for yourself and all collectors as a whole?
Well, I would make the Vintage Collection a subscriber line that you would subscribe to, and it would be a mail order line,
like a monthly figure or something. Or
it would leave the toy aisle, and I would bring back, again, because I'm a product of the 80s. I completely, again, it's having perspective in all these things. I am a product of the 80s. We know that Ronald Reagan deregulated, and they just straight advertised to us in the 80s, right? I mean, cartoons were considered 30-minute commercials, right? I mean, that is how extreme it was. So to that point, I understand. But also, it worked on us. So what I would do is I would bring back collectability for kids lines. Like right now, this line here, these figures will be on the line for probably, these Young Jedi Adventures figures will be on the shelves for probably 5-6 more months and then disappear, right? And then that will be the end of this little subset line. That's not 6-inch scale. That's not 3 3/4 scale. It's some weird, larger than 3 3/4, smaller than 6-inch line amalgam, right? It'll disappear. I would not. I would have this branded in a 3 3/4 style, because 3 3/4 style, 6-inch, I believe is a better world building line.
Well,
because
that's just true.
I think we all agree with that.
That's true.
Yeah.
Like we will never have a Razor Crest.
Or
a sail barge,
Right. Or, Boba Fett or Jabba Hutt's palace, or all these large sets.
Hey.
He printed it.
There you go. I mean,
but it would never be like from Hasbro, because that'd be
mass produced.
Yeah.
But I would make this a 3 3/4 line. I would make the Young Jedi. I would make all action figures. I would let 6-inch live, right? That would be fine. Then you can have your stuff. But I would have lines going through that would have mailaways, have collector cases, have, what's gone away from all toy lines now is pack-ins. Like there's no pack-ins anymore. There's no coins. There's no build-a-figure pieces unless you're Marvel. And there's no files. There's no bio cards. There's no, descriptions. I would bring back the collectability, the investment, the world-building elements of action figures. I said collecting cases, play sets, deluxe sets, vehicles, small vehicles, large vehicles. I would make it, again, something that people could, collect a line and live in that line, and mailaways, and that's where I would go.
What I miss from my childhood was the mailaways, and I think it would be cool to bring that back. Like, not do Build-A-Figures, Like, don't include a part of a figure in another figure, but say like, hey, you have, 10 Black Series points, mail that in with like $20, and we'll mail you this exclusive mail away figure. That the only way you can get this is if you've collected. It doesn't matter which ones. Like, you don't have to have a whole wave if you don't want to buy a whole wave, but like you have to go buy 6 other figures, cut out whatever, and mail that in to get this figure. Like, because you have to do that. Like G.I. Joe had flag points. He had to do the same thing. Ninja Turtles had pizza points. Like they had tons of Transformers had mail away figures as a a kid.
Hasbro Star Wars points were in the early 2000s.
Yeah,
I think it would bag full of them over there.
Yeah, and people are saying, in chat, oh, there's online ordering and stuff, but it's different. Like, anyone can go online order. Maybe if they gave you like a coupon code in the box, like to say like, hey, type this in, you get a point on your account on Hasbro Pulse. Like, maybe you don't have to maybe you have to cut something out and mail it in.
I would do away. Yeah. I would do away with pre-orders. I would 100% do away with pre-orders.
I said that. You know what? I said that too until they had that one wave where they didn't do pre-orders on stuff, and that's actually specifically this guy right here. There weren't any pre-orders on the Endor Rebel Soldier, and I hated it. I hated every second of it. I hated the anxiety of not knowing when I was gonna get it or knowing that I had one secured. Like, I knew I was going to be able to get one. I know it's not going to sell out, but the anxiety of having that knowledge that I have one on pre-order, it's going to be okay, drove me insane. I cannot do it.
I have plenty of figures on pre-order with Target that still have never shipped. Yeah. Although they showed up in stores 3 months ago.
Sure, but that's a different thing. That's a different thing. I don't mind
necessarily.
I don't mind having on pre-order, finding it in store, and canceling my pre-order. I'm fine with that. Right? But knowing I will eventually get it, like, even if I never find it in store, just makes me feel better inside.
I do feel like I have to be the
Go ahead.
I do feel like I have to be like the younger pushback on the mail away thing just a touch, because I guess I don't have the nostalgia of doing the mail away because I've never had to do that. So I feel like if Hasbro came up tomorrow and was like, hey, we're going to do a mail away figure going forward, I'd be like, why are you adding a more inconvenient step for me rather than just hitting order on you know what I mean? From my perspective.
That's why I was saying they could make it an online thing, but maybe make something in the packages that you have to like type in a QR code or something to get like enough points on your account, and then you can order it from Hasbro Pulse.
But then you got to like buy something to be able to buy something else.
Yeah, that was the whole point. That was the whole point.
Like, yeah. No. Get how crazy.
I feel like it's gatekeeping a little bit.
It
is.
That was the whole point. Is they wanted you to buy stuff to be able to get something else. That made it super cool to own.
Now, get how crazy Hasbro got in the early days of the Power of the Force. They did a mail away for an Obi-Wan Kenobi. Okay,
yep, I had it.
It was a Spirit Obi-Wan Kenobi, and it was a mail away through Lay's potato chips.
Yep.
Now get this. When your Lay's, and they didn't tell you this, when your Lay's potato chip Obi-Wan Kenobi figure arrived, it had one of 3 different coupons inside. And in the coupons, one was like for a discount on future Hasbro toys, but one was for a 3D diorama. Like, the only way you could get a 3D diorama was randomly receiving a mail-away Obi-Wan Kenobi action figure. Now, later on, they would release the 3D diorama as a set in stores with an action figure, but to have the version that was a mail-away was like a 1 in 3 chance of whatever Obi-Wan you receive. I mean, they had a mail-away variant. I mean, it's just, they got extreme with it.
Yeah, that sounds pretty wild. I've never heard of that, but that is really crazy.
That was the nature of collecting back then.
Yes, I feel like nowadays 90s. We just need to just make it easier. Let's not take a step back and make me deal with the post office.
Make it harder.
I don't want to deal with the post office. Just let me do Hasbro
you know
Pulse
what?
online, and that's it.
Here's the weird reality that I live in. I feel more confident finding an action figure in the stores that wasn't pre-sold because of the community I've built up. And I don't mean like online with like you guys, but like in my physical community. Like today, right before this podcast, the Marvel vintage comic art Boba Fett Target exclusive showed up in Bonnie Lake. And Bonnie Lake is about 30 minutes from here, from where I live. That's the city. Now, Bonnie Lake is 30 minutes from here. I couldn't go and get it, but I could text 3 different people who either live in that area or I knew were available, and I had 2 people offer to go get it for me because Target has not, I just checked my app today, Target has no ship date for that figure, but it's sitting at the town 30 minutes away. So that community I have locally, I have more confidence in it than if I knew a figure was going to drop at 10 o'clock my time on a Tuesday morning for a pre-sale that's probably going to sell out in 3 minutes, you know, of getting that in 3 minutes is way harder than getting someone to drive 30 miles or 30 minutes away to the town next door. I don't know. I just feel like it's a different beast because how many people can be online? I mean, a lot of times I'm a school teacher, I'm teaching a lesson. I'm teaching about ancient Egypt, and then I have to go, hey kids, I want you to read the next 3 paragraphs quietly on your own because I'm over trying to get online.
Order a toy.
Right? That is not fun for me. And it's anxious and it's nervous. And it's like, whereas if you knew everyone was on an equal field and you knew the figures were coming in, and you set up a community, your likelihood of getting a figure locally is much easier than being online at the exact few minutes that it's available. I don't know. That's where I'm at.
Do you think this would work? Like, so instead of, say they make 50,000 of this, of figure X, and they say we're going to allocate 10,000 for pre-order, and then the 10,000 sell out in 15 seconds, and people aren't able to get it. So what do you think this would work if they like pipelined sort of figure X, and then everybody who placed an order, it's sort of like a Haslab where it's a crowdfund where everybody who places an order will get it when it's eventually produced, and they can cancel it if it's like the physical product doesn't, whenever they show it doesn't meet their expectations, and then they make 30,000 more after the orders to sell. Do you think that would kind of work instead of pre-ordering after the fact?
Because I think of all the background stuff we don't see. We're just talking about when stuff finally gets shipped to America and put on shelves. That's what we're talking. What we don't see is that the factories that Hasbro uses, right, for these 3 months, they're going to pump out that wave of Star Wars Black Series. And then after that, they're going to do the next wave of Indiana Jones. And then after that, that factory has to do the next wave of Marvel Legends. And then they have to go back to the next wave of Star Wars, right?
It's all planned out very...
Right? It's like those factories are pumping out 24/7, right? And they can't just go, okay, well, we're going to throw this figure back into the mix. Like, no, you're not. Then you're not going to get... you're not going to get Cad Bane, 2-pack that just showed up. I saw it today at Target for the first time. And so, I think that there's so much complexity about like scheduling and factory production that they can't just be that, casual with orders, right? And then also at the same time, Hasbro doesn't give an F what happens at Target because Target has already bought their product.
Yeah.
Hasbro already got paid.
Hasbro doesn't care.
Hasbro doesn't care because Target bought it. That was their end goal. Now, if Target has to end up clearancing it out, it doesn't hurt Hasbro.
Yeah.
If,
well, it
if
does in the
Hasbro,
future if Target starts ordering less. Is what happens.
But a lot of people
That's the
don't
only thing.
understand that like we're not necessarily Hasbro's Target.
No,
like they sell to Walmart, Target. They sell the mass.
100%.
Yeah,
100%. It is. There's so many levels to it that there's a lot of people that want to armchair
Quarterback.
Yeah.
The whole, well, why aren't they making this? Or they should make this because I like that. I'm like, yeah, well, you're a collector and they don't, you're not their key core audience, I mean, because you know what? Again, what did I say I would do? If I had control of the 3 3/4 line or Hasbro, I would make it subscription based, because that way you can cater to your collectors. I'm not putting in Target, I'm not putting in Amazon, I'm not putting in Walmart's hands to send you a figure that you want to keep on card that ends up being bent in half or in a unpadded envelope, because I don't care. I mean, Walmart's a multi-billion-dollar company. They don't care if your $16 figure is crumpled or not, or in a box versus a bag. They do not care.
Yeah, I can confirm they do not care about some returns.
Right. They do not care. They actually care about returns. You know that they've now capped the amount of returns you can do, and you can absolutely get banned from doing returns with Walmart if you return too much.
Oh, they're going to start banning me pretty soon.
Yeah, so you got to be careful with that.
We'll talk offline afterwards. Oh, I'm dying.
Walmart's listening.
I'm dying.
So we're about 2 hours in, and we haven't done our fine additions yet.
Yeah, let's do it. Jake, do you have any recent fine additions that you'd like to show off here?
Let's see. Well, I think you guys had mentioned that you guys have actually talked about it. So I won't go into great detail, but I did have Doc Ondar. And I think you guys asked me a long time ago, and I don't think I fully answered it. What makes me want to collect certain 6-inch figures as a 3 3/4 figure collector? Well, part of it is I have focus characters. So for the original trilogy, it's Luke. I collect all the different Luke versions. For the prequel trilogy, it is Obi-Wan. He is my focus for the prequel. And for the sequel trilogy, I collect all Finns, which is like 2 figures. So, and the reason I collect Finn is because my son's name is Finn. And he was named before John Boyega's character was announced. So that was just another connection that I had with that character. So Finn, Luke, and Obi-Wan are always what I pick up, but I also do like a good Galaxy's Edge connection, because I am a former Disney cast member. And so anything that comes from the Disney parks, I'm usually pretty excited about. And speaking of the Disney parks, here's one of my very cool additions. This one and this one. We all have heard the news that the Chandrila Star Line, aka the Galactic Star Cruiser, is closing. Well, they just announced and released a new Build-A-Droid figure. And I have the privilege of having every single Disney Build-A-Droid figure and piece going back to 2012. It's actually probably the most popular thing on my website, is a database that has every piece up until the last year. I'm a little behind. I'm in what I call the season of the kids. My children are the age where I'm running them around all the time. And also they're in junior high and high school. And I know that my days with them, my daily days with them are numbered. So I prefer to spend more time with my kids than sitting at a computer updating websites.
How dare you put family first?
Right? So that is the era that I'm in. So it's a little behind this last year. But I do have that. And I also have the replica of the ship that is soon being scrapped.
Do you think that they're going to rehash it and reform it,
so.
rebuild it?
I really hope so.
Yeah.
So I worked on Disney Cruise Line. So the whole concept of having a cruise like a ship that's like on a Star Wars cruise.
It's a hotel, right? Like you don't
it
go
is a
anywhere.
hotel.
Yeah.
True. But they treat it like you're on a cruise, in the Star Wars, right? So that's the interactive part. So I absolutely 100% was in on this. I'm in on this concept. It is super stinking expensive.
Yeah.
So I like, with any expensive thing, You would plan for it. You would prepare.
You save up.
It's at the exact opposite corner of the country from me. I'm in Seattle. True. It's in Florida, right? It's not like it's a quick, easy trip for me. And so I'm like, okay, I'm going to build up for that. I do everything Star Wars. This year alone, I went to see Return of the Jedi back in theaters. I went to see Return of the Jedi that the Seattle Symphony played the music for. I went to see the Mariners Star Wars Night. I, of course, hosted a bunch of Star Wars celebrities at SummerCon, our big convention up here. And just last week, I went to The Empire Strips Back, which is that parody.
I wanted to go to that. Show. It was here in San Diego. Yeah.
It is the most incredible show you have seen. Take your wives, take your girlfriends. Fantastic. It is the best. But anyway, I do everything Star Wars. So this, Disney and Star Wars, is a no-brainer for me. But I think that Disney really didn't think it through, that by the time it closes, it will have only been open like 13 months. Who want to take a trip there, right? I mean, it's a very expensive excursion. I think they should have given it more time. Will they rebrand? I sure hope so, because it seems like there's potential there for maybe not having the interactivity that they had, but having at least a Star Wars themed hotel, right?
Yeah,
I really do think.
Well, I hear a lot of
it's just not very Star Warsy. Also,
the what?
From what I've heard, the hotel isn't very Star Warsy. It's more like sci-fi, which turned people off from it too with the price.
Got it.
I also heard that a lot of it came down to the whole Disney versus DeSantis thing, and this was one of the ways that they were getting back at him was taking down an attraction to bring people to them rather than trying to like reform it or change anything or power through like the beginning tough times, because Disney has opened things up before in the past. I remember when California Adventure opened up back in the early thousands. That's like the second park next to Disneyland here.
Sure, 100%.
And like it was, nobody liked it. No one knew. Why would you go to a California theme park in California? Like, this doesn't make any sense to be here. And since then, they've changed it. It's fun. I actually kind of like it better than Disneyland as a park now with a lot of the changes.
I won't go that far, but
I go back and forth. But you can drink there. And they have the cooler roller coaster, the Incredicoaster or whatever it was before.
Oh, yeah, that's great.
Sometimes it's fun to go on an actual roller coaster instead of just when I was a kid, I thought Space Mountain was a cool roller coaster, but now as an adult, I'm like, it doesn't even go upside down. Like who cares? But anyway, Disney didn't shut the park down. They didn't close the park because it was bad. They spent years reworking it, retheming it, changing things.
That California Adventure didn't make $1 profit for 10 years.
Yes, exactly.
I mean, that is normally the Disney theory. Right. They know the long game. Yeah. They will invest. That's why I am shocked that after 13, 14 months, they're going to shutter one of their biggest Star Wars, events and draws. I think
that's what lends credence to the theory that they're doing it basically as a screw you DeSantis kind of thing, because they're having that whole feud,
but also there's
thing going on.
There's all those reports saying that after the first month it was pretty much empty because of the price and people just
there's also that.
So
there is that. So I did have friends that went last month. The friends who brought me this actually, that all of them shed tears during their event.
Yeah.
All of them shed tears during the thing. And they bonded so much with the character, the actors that are there, that they actually became friends offline. I mean, it was such an emotional and powerful event for them that they actually there's groups of people that are now working to try to secure employment for these Disney cast performers who are out of a job in a few months. I mean, it is like people who have, I know a lot of people who have that was an incredible experience.
Yeah.
So I think it is a little bit jaded by many because it is sequel trilogy based.
Yeah,
And we
it's
know
true.
that has brought out a certain culture and certain emotions in certain groups of people that are not always favorable. So I think there is some confusion there. They've tried in the comics to show that, there's original trilogy and prequel trilogy connections to that ship, but those to the average person who hasn't been, I don't think that's apparent. So
Yeah, true.
I don't know. I really hope it lives on. I hope it's, rebranded. And I am personally, I was like, again, I do everything Star Wars. I go to all the celebrations. I do all the events locally. I meet all the celebrities that come to town. That's just like, I do anything Star Wars. I spent a week at Galaxy's Edge the month that it opened. It's just, I always engage in that new Star Wars. And to think that there's going to be a major Star Wars thing that I didn't go to or couldn't go to is rough. It doesn't sit well with
kill
me.
you. Yeah, absolutely.
Oh yeah, no, 100%. So
that's an experience they took from you. You should be angry about it.
They robbed me.
Well, you're saving
you're
saving like $5,000 a night or something. So there you go. You can spend that on
again
3 ghosts.
I'd save $5,000 a month if I didn't collect Star Wars action figures.
We've already talked about the fact that he's a teacher and therefore rich.
That is true.
Right?
That
I know. Yeah. I should have I'll just build my own. It's fine.
Just make your own. It's fine.
I'll just make my own.
That's one toy. got any other toys?
No, that was more than one. I got Doc.
Right.
I got this one.
Yeah.
I got this one. I think most of them are not Star Wars. I don't know what your audience
I'm
thinks.
going to talk about not Star Wars. So
okay. Well, I got the whole line of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
Nice. From the new movie?
From the new movie. So I got the whole line. My snake Tila just arrived, a Masters of the Universe. It's sitting right there off camera. Oh, I will show one thing I'm pretty excited about. I found for $5. Hold on.
I'm going to hold on.
He's running. I wish he had like one of those motion cameras that followed his movement.
That follows him around. Yeah,
we could see like the rest of the room here.
I honestly just want to see the rest of the room. It looks like he's in the nerdiest warehouse I've ever seen.
Hey, after the show, off camera, can you show us your room?
Oh, man, that's going to be rough.
Well, I feel like I need to see it.
Buffalo Bowl. Does anyone know this one?
No. What is that
lost.
from?
It looks
Cowboys
cool,
of Moo Mesa.
Cowboys of Moo Mesa? Oh, man.
This is... So
I
what
remember
the
the
cool
cartoon,
thing,
but I never had any toys. Yeah.
So what the cool thing about this is, and I found this for $5. He obviously doesn't have his accessories, but for $5 you can't complain. These were sculpted by the same guys that did the Turtles.
Turtles, yeah, because it looks like it could be a part of the Turtles line, honestly.
It totally does. Yeah. But here's the other cool thing. Turtles worked them in the comics into their universe.
Really?
So the Cowboys of Moo Mesa crossed over with Turtles back in the day in comic book.
I did not know that. That's interesting.
So I found Buffalo Bowl. And at the same toy shop I was at, I found this 3 3/4 Black Panther. They were selling the figure for $5, and the Panther mech in the 99-cent bin. They didn't know that they went together.
Oh, wow.
And so I bought them separately. This is a $20 set right now in stores that I bought for $6 at a toy shop because they didn't know what they had. That was another thing. Yeah, those fools. It's my ultimate goal is to have some type of museum / exit through the gift shop that has toys in it, because that's what I want to do. I want to collect action figures and teach about them and sell them. So that's cool. That's a few things. I think I've already shown my Young Jedi guys that I picked up here the other day.
Now, are those toys you're going to open, like the Young Jedi ones, or
Yeah. No, I can open it right now.
How often do you keep things in versus opening? Like, what's your ratio? What?
It's way worse than I want it to be. I'm a loose collector. Cool. And I have this idea of I'm a loose collector, and then my kids got older, and I started spending more time with them than opening the toys that I own. And now I have a massive stockpile of toys that I want opened, but I don't have opened. And now the problem is, it even goes back to 2010 when the Vintage Collection version 1 was out. So now I have figures that I bought. See, I just opened that guy. I have figures that I bought for $10 that are now worth $300.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm a loose collector.
Mm-hmm.
What am I financially out? I'm financially out $10.
Yeah.
But do I open something that I bought for 10 that's now worth 300, even though I had the intention of opening it? That's where I'm at now.
That's a conundrum.
That's
it is a super conundrum because I have many pieces like that. What do you do? Do you open it? Because think about this from a reality.
Yeah.
People are like, no, you shouldn't open it. You should buy a loose one and sell yours. I'm like, okay, so what will that gain me? That will gain me a few extra dollars in my bank account, right? Because I'll sell one for 300 and have to buy it for 50 or whatever, right? Loose.
Right. Yeah.
But now think about shipping. Mm-hmm. Think about packaging. Think about time. Yeah. I am absolutely time is money. I hate shipping things because as a middle school teacher with 2 children and a wife and a full-time hobby and a coach, I coach track and a collector and, a host and all these things. Like, you want me to spend my time selling a figure I have to buy a figure I have. Right? I mean, it sounds stupid when you say that, but at the same time, if something's worth 300 and I can buy it for 50, is it worth $250? I'm only out $10.
Yeah.
I bought it for $10. What is the answer?
I mean, it's your money. I think you do whatever you want.
Also, like, if there's a post office, like, convenient, like, shipping's kind of a hassle, but nowadays, luckily for me, I can just package something up and drop it in our office mail room, and they'll charge it to they'll take it out of my check whenever they run it through. So it's been a little more convenient for me lately, which is nice.
Yeah, that's not a perk that I clearly have. I'd have to scrounge up the box and the packing material and the shell that I put it in and insure it and physically go to the post office and, for something that for me, I bought for $10.
Yeah.
It is such a weird world to live in.
Yeah, that's tricky.
The first Pride droid that they did for these, they did a series of Pride droids in these Builder droids. Yep. It's worth like $150. And I got like 4 or 5 of them. And I'm like, I don't even feel motivated to try to solicit it somewhere online, get the money, ship it, whatever, is just not like something that I want to spend my time doing.
That's the other problem, because that's the problem I'm running into right now, because I'm trying to sell stuff, because there's a running thing with my budget, and how over my monthly budget I am. I'm well into October in terms of my budget, but the problem is, like, I've got things I know are worth money, and I've actually put them up for sale. But, like, where do you put them? Do you put them on eBay? What if they don't sell? Do you put them on Facebook? Like, that they're worth a certain dollar amount, but finding those people that will pay it is
100%
is hard sometimes.
And on eBay and Mercari, like eBay, you got to pay 12.5% fee plus shipping. And by that point, you're barely making a dollar.
I do a lot of OfferUp and Marketplace. Those are where I sell stuff. And, if it's a low price point, if it's under $20, come to my house. I'm not leaving for $20.
It's not worth it.
I'm not leaving. You can come talk to me on my porch.
Yeah.
I don't care. I'm not worried about that. If it's a higher dollar item, if it's like somewhere in the 100, I'll meet at the Target, which is 1 mile from my house,
Yeah. Plus, you're going to pop in there and look for a toy anyways, so you're there.
It's true. Yeah. You're just going to take the money and go inside and spend it.
That is accurate. That is accurate.
Well, Zach, what do you have?
It's a hard thing, man. When you're asking about vintage or opening versus loose. Everything behind me should be open, but it's not. So. I got work
Well, at
to
least
do.
your Razor Crest is open.
Yeah, that's
My
the important
Razor Crest,
thing.
but my Sky Striker's sitting right there, still in the box.
I'm trying to sell my Sky Striker, man. They're not even worth what they went for, which is so sad. Like people aren't even spending how much I paid for them.
That is sad.
It
I'm
is sad.
absolutely anything Joe O-ring.
Yeah.
I'm a sucker for. Right there, I got the hiss.
Yeah.
I'm waiting for the Thunder Machine to come out.
Yeah, the Haslab Sky Striker was not a sound investment.
No, there was a lot of them though. That's the thing though.
Yeah,
I think when they troop build them, does
Yeah.
he have a saber? I hope he has a saber. Yeah. Any of the troop builders are not necessarily. If you think about it, Unicron and the Sail Barge and the Razor Crest, people aren't troop building those, right? Is the Sentinel super expensive?
actually, I mean, it's expensive in the sense that it's expensive in the first place, but I don't think it's going for that much more than the original went for either.
See, and so
Let's find out.
again, it's a troop builder. So people stockpiled them. They bought more than they needed. When it comes to a Sail Barge or a Razor Crest or a Unicron, you only need one of them.
So for my fine additions this week, I can't remember if I did Doc Onder, but I'm going to go ahead and show him off anyways. Excellent figure. Will probably definitely be in the top 10 Black Series figures this year. I can't see a way right now that it's not.
Look under his skirt. Is he 100% going to be a MoMA Nadon?
Yes,
Oh, easy.
100%.
Easily, yeah.
Easily.
Easily?
The legs are sculpted like perfectly for it with the clothes.
Perfect. Good, because that's what I want.
Yeah.
I'll buy that figure.
And then I also 3D printed, oh geez, I'm trying not to make all the accessories fall. The Lane Speeder Luke file with the little shelf. And I want to give a big shout out to JD Stolk for sending me the green holocron that comes with the deluxe Cal Kestis that I never picked up. So it's going to live forever right here with the red and blue holocron that comes with the Doc Onder set. So I'm going to try to gently set this down. I also have the desk for him, but I'm not going to worry about.
Is there a list? Has anyone gone through and made a list of Black Series accessories that are in
like deluxe sets?
Well, no, in Doc's, Ondar's Den of Iniquities there that you can get in 3 3/4 or 6-inch scale. You know, because you guys have both been in Galaxy's Edge.
Yeah.
I have not yet, but we're going
You haven't yet?
soon. We're hoping to go this
Okay.
fall.
So like Mando's helmet's in there and
Yeah.
his his disintegrator blaster and now the Ark of the Covenant. Remember when that used to be in there? They took it
Yeah.
out.
So
but-
I put the angel wings from my Indiana Jones on the shelf on my
Perfect.
little display there
Yeah.
for that reason.
Wilbon
Yep.
printed that set, and he put some
Yeah.
Indiana Jones stuff in there.
Yeah.
But yeah, I wonder how many things are in that, I know
Yeah, I haven't
IG88's
looked.
up
There's
in
a
the
lot. Like,
corner.
you can just really take
and-
random accessories and throw them in there. Check out this. This is the front
Awesome.
of it. Mike, did you get an envelope in the mail by chance?
I did, and it was one of the things I was going to talk about.
Okay, perfect. Because I didn't print those for you originally. Then I was like, you know what? I saw pictures online of people who did have them printed, and I was like,
Yep.
I didn't think it would make that
It
big of a
elevates
difference.
it.
It really does.
Are you
elevate
painting
it.
all those too, Zach?
No, well, I did do some dry brushing on the back shelf just to make it look dirtier. But I didn't paint anything on that brown display piece there. But I did do a lot of painting on another 3D print, which I'll get to at the end. And there is going to be a theme with the rest of my fine editions because I got most of them on like super deep discount, which is awesome. But first, I finally got 2 of the Endor Rebel Commandos. I really had a hard time I just clipped my nails the other day, so I had a really hard time swapping the face.
That face
was
is so
tough.
hard to swap out. It's tough. Yeah.
It took me a solid
Is that the
10
Rex
minutes.
one? Is that supposed to be Rex? Is that the
it's
unnamed
the
Rex?
Nick Sant, Captain Rex,
It
whatever.
can
yeah.
be Rex.
If you want
Well,
it to be
that's-
Rex, it's Rex. Yeah.
Well, that's what they say he
Yeah.
is now, right? I mean, because
They
Nick Sant was
officially,
legend.
yeah, they officially leave it up to you. They won't say definitively.
Yeah.
Well, not in the Golden Book. In the Golden,
Well, so
in
no,
the
because it's canon that Captain Rex was on Endor during that fight, but Captain Rex also is usually depicted with the clone trooper
gauntlets.
gauntlets,
yeah, and the gloves.
Whereas Nick Sant didn't have those, obviously, because clone troopers didn't exist in 1980, whatever, when they filmed it. So because of those discrepancies, basically they've said if you want that to be Captain Rex, he could be Captain Rex. If you want him to be Nick Sant, he's Nick Sant. It doesn't really matter.
I personally don't want it to be Rex. I feel like he should be dead by that point. Like clones accelerate.
He's in his 80s. He's still alive. That's canon. You can't uncanon that.
I mean, he's in his 80s, but he's still running around fighting. Come on.
Exactly. Yeah. So, well, my head canon is it's both Rex and Nick Sant because he changed his name because he knew that people would recognize a clone name. So Nick Sant is an alias he adopted when he enlisted in the Rebel Army.
But your head canon?
I like it.
Yeah, that's my head canon.
I like it. But also, like in the Kenobi show, we saw that homeless ass clone trooper. You're telling me that guy can stand up and fight?
Nax, Nax. I think
Rebels
they just
takes place
him.
after that. I mean, Rebels takes place after that.
Yeah, that's true. But I do have another one on card, but I'm going to open this one. I just haven't gotten around to it.
I'm waiting for it to get mainline before I buy more. I don't want.
You know how?
Do we think?
Oh, sorry.
Do we think Tamora is going to show up in Ahsoka?
100%. I think so.
I mean, I think so.
At least in a flashback.
Yeah.
I think so. But you know how I'm watching Dragon Ball Z right now? So
Yes,
last night I watched the final episode of the Gohan and Cell fight, where Gohan
when he goes Super Saiyan 2 and
Goku Spirit.
They do
the which I need that SDCC set, but I don't know if it's going to be online. But so I was trying to get the face off while watching that episode, and I was getting real frustrated, and I wasn't able to focus on the show because I'm having a hard time with this. So I feel like I need to rewatch that episode. But I also picked up on Amazon the Gamorrean guards were going for $25.
That's not bad
on clearance. And so I need it for the big Jabba display.
I was going to say you got it's like you got a free range Gamorrean guard enclosure to put them in. Give them plenty of room to frolic around in.
So I picked up a second one.
That's got to be one of the top 5 best Black Series ever, right?
I feel like it's number 1 or 2. Like
it's up there. Yeah,
top
easily.
2, not 2.
I had one. I sold it. I regret it.
It's just so good.
You can get
amazing.
the anniversary one pretty inexpensive from time to time now.
I bought the original one on clearance.
I never saw the original one in stores. The only reason I had it was because of a viewer sent one to me. It was Papa Gord, actually. So
it's got the open mouth and all that. It's just beautiful.
Yeah,
just such a beautiful figure. You know what's funny, Jake? We were talking about the frustrations with pre-orders earlier. Target had these on clearance for $16 on shelves, and they hadn't even shipped their pre-orders yet for $33.99. Yeah, it's rough in Target right now for sure.
The Target doesn't know they're coming or going. So I pre-ordered the Boba Fett vintage, comic art from the Marvel comic, right?
Yeah.
Pre-ordered it. It says no ship date listed.
Yeah.
My buddy found him in Bonnie Lake, so I'm like, I'll go on the app, click the Bonnie Lake, and buy it for pickup. It won't let you buy it at pickup at that store. Even though he went there and there was 25 on the peg.
It's the same problem with that Cad Bane Cobb Vanth 2-pack.
Yeah.
Like, there was no date.
Yeah.
Like, there's, at my current store by my house, there's like 10 of them on the shelf now. Mm-hmm. But they still don't show up in the app. Like, you can't buy it. It doesn't have a date. They have no idea. If I was like, no, I'll wait for them to ship it, like, I'd be a jabroni just kind of sitting there waiting for them to do it when it's on the shelf. I have it. It's great.
How much is that?
I also picked up. Oh, go ahead, Jake.
It's 45. The Luke and Grogu.
45. The Luke and Grogu.
Yeah, it's 45.
Yeah. I didn't pre-order it because I knew I'd find it.
You'll find it.
Okay.
And yeah.
So lately, my Walmart sort of relayed itself out, and I feel like they went under new management, or they hired a manager, and this manager is like the greatest retail manager of all time. because the store layout is great. The shelves are full all the time. I used to hate going to that Walmart to the point where I'd rather drive across town to go to a Target but now I'm fine to pop in that Walmart because I found this Chewbacca in a beat up box in the clearance aisle for for
the people listening,
$14.
that's the Jabba's prisoner Chewbacca with the collar.
With the new head sculpt.
Don't you
and
dare say slave.
I would never. I would never.
But this was one I knew I'd pick up on clearance because how many Chewbaccas can you buy at full price and be okay with it? So picked it up on clearance when I saw it for $14, and I got the whole Jabba display. So I got Boosh holding the chain now on the display. So that was.
Does he come with an accessory?
Comes with a blaster.
He comes with his bow, the bowcaster.
His bowcaster.
Even though he didn't have it in the scene, but he shouldn't have come with a bowcaster. He should have come with shackles, which is a big. It's a big like miss on this figure, but it is what it is. More insane clearance pickups. So a long time ago, my Walmart had about 15 of these Dark Troopers. And I knew eventually they would go on clearance, and these retailed for $33.99. Well, yep. I was just walking through the aisle, and it was the same day when I saw that Han Solo Return of the Jedi figure, and I was like, damn, $17, that's kind of crazy. And then they had the other Black Series, like they had some Landos and just some other normal stuff. Well, I left the aisle, circled back one more. You always got to circle back one more time to see. I looked up top, and I saw a stack like this. Literally, I just saw barcodes, and I was like, oh, that's a Black Series Deluxe figure. Grabbed them all. They were all the Dark Trooper. I was like, oh wow, they still have these. I pulled out the Walmart app and then I scanned them and it said at this store $15. So I got 3 Dark Troopers for $15 each, which is over 50% off.
Yeah.
Absolutely nuts. And I need more of these 55. Because I have 2 Dark Troopers, but they're in my Lane Speeder Luke, like the charging hub display with Moff Gideon standing with them that I 3D printed. So I need 2 more of these to stand over the Grogu on the rock. That's kind of where he's kind of meditating, where they take him. And then one of them is going to be a giveaway for our Patreon members. So join the Patreon. Got to throw in the plug there. You're eligible for a giveaway at every tier, and if you sign up for the $2 tier. We've had $2 tier people win with just their one entry in the giveaways before. So join it. We're going to be giving away that soon. And then one last fine edition. I have to show this off. It's kind of a beast, so forgive me if I can't show it all the way, but I 3D printed a Black Series scale Hoth turret.
I saw that on your Instagram today.
That's gorgeous, man.
Slightly underscaled because I had to print it at 91% to fit on my printer, but it works perfectly. Like I can rotate the top, even though it's just like a piece that sits on top. I can have it like angled any way I want. The hatch up top opens to reveal a ladder inside that I can have the guy stand on, which I'll try to do really fast. I don't know if I'll be able to get it.
And you painted this bad boy.
Yeah, I was so nervous painting this. So I can kind of, I'm not going to like worry about getting it perfect, but this is kind of what I'll have it displayed at, him coming out of the top with that up behind him. But yeah, I'll try to get it close to the camera so people can see, but go on my Instagram and TikTok for better. But I try to do as much like dry brush or like washing and all that as I could. It's having a hard time focusing to make it look nice and gritty and dirty without I felt
that
like
looks good. No,
I felt like perfect. Less was more.
Yeah. Yes.
I didn't want to overdo it or anything.
Now, can I get your opinion on this? Don't you find more appreciation for this turret knowing that you were able to create this piece as opposed to paying $200 for that if Hasbro decided to sell it to you?
150%, because you can, if I had, and I'll try to show you, I'm not sure if you've seen on my Instagram or not, like my shelf of 3D prints. Oh, my camera cord is all out of whack now, but this is like I have a whole shelf right here of 3D prints.
Yep.
If Hasbro, if I bought all of this from Hasbro, it would easily be almost $1,000, probably everything I've printed. So just the cost of buying the 3D printer and the filament, it's overpaid for. It's given me something to do, like another side hobby.
Yeah.
Like I feel I'm proud of this turret. Like I didn't think I would be able to put a dark wash on it and make it look as good as it does. And the hatch was like super frustrating to get right, but now that it actually works and it stays, and I was able to super glue it correctly, like I have like pride and joy in the print.
Yeah.
So it's a little better than buying it from Hasbro. And also, like, I love the 3D prints because whenever they did the Cantina bar 3-pack with Obi-Wan and Ponda Baba and Dr. Evazan, they gave you like a little quarter of the bar that's really hollow and doesn't come with much, and a little half a backdrop. But with Landspeeder Luke, you can 3D print the entire bar.
Yeah.
And you can make it as dense as you want. And as heavy, and you can paint it to however, and you don't even have to paint it. But if you want to put dark wash and dry brush on it, I feel like there is a little bit more pride in 3D printing this stuff.
Well, I was thinking about going way down that rabbit hole before the retro collection came out, because I was like, you know what, I'd love the designs of people who are making modern Disney Plus show characters in that vintage Kenner style. And I was like, man, I would love to go down that and really get in there. And there's some great guys out there that create free files like Desert Octopus and other guys. And I was all about it. And then two things happened. Hasbro started making retro modern figures, but then also they started, as we've all seen, raising the prices on everything. So my extra income kind of whittled away. And so, I think about it from time to time, still going down that rabbit hole, but I need the amount of stuff to either come down or the prices to come down in order to have that extra money.
Yeah. If you ever do get into 3D printing, just reach out to me. I'll gladly send some pointers and tips. I don't do resin printing, but I do the filament printing, so I can help you with that, and just reach out anytime.
Very cool. Thank you.
Yeah. Mike, you're up. That's all I had.
All right. Well, so I'm going to start with something we alluded to already, and that is misplaced.
You've been waiting to get tagged in for this long, and you're not ready.
Bamboozled. No, I found it. Well, I just have a bunch of bags on my desk over here because I've been sorting accessories, but I have these little 3D printed lightsaber stands. They're hard to see through the bag. I'm not taking them out. But they're the stands for my Doc Onder's Den of Antiquities so that I can have little lightsabers on them.
Here, real quick. You talk, and I'll show it because I've 3D printed them for mine.
Yeah, I just said everything I was going to say about it. So that's all I got.
It's not focused.
It's just a little plastic piece that props the lightsaber up. Yeah.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah. So it makes it look better. And thank you for printing them to me. Thank you for sending them to me.
And I just lost my Luke saber.
Good luck finding your Luke's. It's your Ray's saber. Thank you.
Oh gosh, it's actually
Oh.
to me it's Anakin's saber.
It's Anakin's. It's the Youngin Slayer 2000.
Yeah.
Youngin Slayer.
It's funny whenever we've all seen the meme where she like picks up the knife and Rise, and she's like, this thing's done so much damage, but she like.
Your lightsaber's done way more damage.
Yeah. It's killed kids. She does have a reaction when she grabs it, though, to be fair, in Force Awakens.
True. So the next thing I got was 2 days ago now. But I got this from Landspeeder Luke. This is the Old Master Darth Maul. And he, honestly, he's real good. He's real good. I was not expecting him to be this cool looking in person, but I think I like him better than the season 7 Clone Wars Darth Maul.
Wow.
I really, really do. I think he's just easier to pose. I like the gunmetal on the legs better than the shiny silver. He's good. He's real good. I like him a lot. So
I still think it's the big crime that we don't have a Spider Maul.
Oh, no, agreed. Absolutely.
Other than what? The little mission fleet guys or whatever.
Well, there was that build, the Smash 'em Up.
Oh,
or
yeah.
whatever.
The Mashers.
Yeah, the Mashers.
Mashers. Yeah. I have that one too.
Yeah.
I have that one, and I have the little mission flip. But man, the 3 3/4 and 6 inch.
We need one. That is for sure.
Yes. It's a crime that is not made.
Definitely agreed. Just today from Amazon, I got this little Brawn Transformers. I love these little. They've been doing like deluxe versions of these old like cheap bots. They were mini bots or micro bots, like Bumblebee,
Mini.
Cliff Jumper. Back in the day, they were the Transformers you got when your parents were poor because they were super cheap. And they were really small, basic, simplistic, and they were heavily featured in the cartoon because like Hasbro knew that these were the toys that most kids were going to have. Like each of them all got their own episode. But Braun here was one of my favorites as a kid, and his toy always sucked. But
Because
now,
it's skinny legged and
it's like weird.
it's an awkward
claw hands. Yeah,
vehicle mode. The alt mode is great on the vintage.
sure, yeah.
But yeah, I'm trying to figure out where mine is because I ordered that too, and I thought I ordered it from Amazon. So
Yeah, mine showed up. I didn't even know it shipped. It just shipped, and because I didn't look at it because it shipped with this. This is I have these stands that I got today as well. I use them for a lot of my displays, and these were on sale for like $10. And I'm like, I'll buy another set of risers. Why not for $10? And they shipped them at the same time, so I didn't look to see what was on the shipment. I was just like, oh, they're my risers coming. And then that was also in the box. And I was like, all right, I guess I'm getting Brawn too, which is cool. I didn't even know I ordered it from Amazon because I usually order Transformers from Pulse. Since I'm a Pulse premium
Maybe
member.
that's what I did.
Yeah.
Yeah. The one thing I hate about Pulse orders is that they just assign a number to it.
Yep.
And finding, like, I have 500
super hard.
outstanding.
Yeah.
How do I
so
find
hard.
out?
It's annoying. It's so bad. I wish Pulse didn't suck.
Your manage.
So the last thing I'm going to talk about is my latest problem, my latest issue, my latest. This is a rabbit hole I've jumped down. I didn't even fall down it. Like I just dove in head first. Back in October of 2021.
Arriving tomorrow. Sorry.
No, you're getting it. No, it's good. I'm glad that
Arriving tomorrow from Amazon.
I'm glad that we got that. You're gonna love it, by the way. He's great. He's a great figure. But back in October of 2021, Mythic Legions, my favorite line that's not Star Wars, Hasbro, whatever. They announced they're doing space themed figures instead of like fantasy themed figures, Cosmic Legions. And I pre-ordered them. It's like almost 2 years ago, I pre-ordered these. And they just shipped them out to me. Like I was part of the last group to get the people, like their order from the people that make them instead of other retailers. And I just absolutely fell in love with the two figures that I ordered. So this guy's name is Thyknar Oleg or Oleg Thyknar or something. He comes with just, I don't care what his name is. I don't care what his story is. I just care that he looks cool. Like there's a full-on face in there.
Oh, wow.
And there's an unhelmeted face that you can get. And then there's a helmet that's a big bubble, like a big space like helmet that like a traditional astronaut one that you can get instead. He comes with a bunch of different hands. He comes with a bunch of different guns. But he just looks so freaking cool. And then the same thing I got this girl's name. Her name is Ziri. I don't remember her full name, but Ziri is. So she has this really nice, like soft goods robe that's wired, so you can kind of pose it in different poses. She comes with this sniper rifle, which is just, it's too big. She comes with like an alternate head, a mask that goes on the alternate head, a couple different weapons.
You could just put these on your Star Wars shelf, honestly.
Well, so that's actually what I was gonna do today was take pictures of them with my Star Wars figures to see kind of how well they matched up, and I forgot to do it. I ran out of time.
She's giving me a Kree vibe. She looks like
that's what I thought
Captain
too. She looks like
yes. What's her name? Who was in Eternals?
Yeah, I don't remember her name, but I know what you're talking about.
Crazy Rich Asians actress. I can't think of it, but that wasn't she also a sniper in that one?
She
was
a sniper in Captain Marvel. Yep.
Yeah.
And that was my first. That's one of the reasons I got her was she kind of reminded me of that character. But after getting these, I was like, oh man, I kind of want to get more from the first wave. Like I didn't buy. There were like 8 figures in the first wave, and all of them were very different from each other. And like I'm talking with like Dan Larson who got them too, and he just went to ChrisCon and he's going to PowerCon later this month, and I'm just like, I just want more of these. So I went back on Big Bad Toy Store, and I've ordered like 3 more, and I might order 2 more on top of that, just because of how much I love these. And one of the cool things about them is that they're like, everything here comes off, like the hands, the feet, everything is not just removable, but all the parts are made to be swapped out, replaced, interchangeable.
You can make your own sort of.
Exactly. Like I had this this Sun Wukong figure, which is not Cosmic Legions, but the same people make it from the same line. He's like a monkey dude. So I took his monkey hands off and his monkey feet off and his monkey face off and put it on this guy, and I made a space monkey. And I'm like, this is cool. Like I made a toy that didn't exist, and he looks like he goes together. He looks like a sci-fi, like from the 50s, like this is Space Monkey from the future or whatever. Like, I've just been having so much fun actually playing with toys. Like, I'll sit, my wife and I will watch whatever show, and I'll have like 3 figures, and I'm just like pulling them all apart and putting like different arms and different forearms on different characters. I'll mix in, like, I've got the Mythic Legions here on the shelf, and they're like fantasy, but their heads and parts all still work as well. So everything is compatible. I put a skeleton head on one of the guys and makes him look like a cool skeleton spaceman. You know, just, it's fun, it's neat, and it has cost me a lot of money. These didn't cost me money because I spent the money on these 2 years ago. It just took them a long time to get them to me. But
what is retail on those? 60 or something?
If you buy them from the original retail, I think this guy was 45, and I think she was 35. But if
that's not horrible.
It's not. But if
that's not horrible for all those pieces and
correct,
right?
No, absolutely. But if you go on like Big Bad Toy Store now, this is $65 and she is $50.
And that's what I would have expected originally from the outset.
And now it's more like those are the retail prices and the prices you pay from the original initial offering. And this is kind of what Zach was alluding to earlier, because the way they do it, the way that Four Horsemen does their figures is they'll come out with a wave and they'll say, hey, we're putting these up for pre-order. You can pre-order as many as you want. We'll make them. They're all made to order. So like normal people like me put in orders. Places like Big Bad Toy Store or Nerdzoic or Empire Toy Shop, they all will put in their orders, and then they take a year to make those, and then they ship them out. So that's, I've been waiting for a year for these toys.
Toy Store is buying them in order to mark them up $15-20 to make their profit.
Correct.
So you're buying at wholesale prices from the exact manager.
Exactly.
If you do it 2 years earlier, whenever they're offered.
You do it.
Yeah. So you're essentially paying to help get that made. It's because the first 2 waves they did of Mythic Legions were Kickstarter. And it wasn't until, they had 2 successful Kickstarters. They're like, well, we don't need Kickstarter anymore. And they just started doing it this method where they'll put them up for pre-order. People pre-order them, and then they get, they spend a year manufacturing them, or a year and a half sometimes, and then they go out. So I wouldn't mind it if, I know it's not possible to do at this point, but if Hasbro started doing pre-orders that way, where they're like, hey, like, we're only going to make these for the amount of people that order them, and you have to wait a year to get them, but maybe they're higher quality, maybe they got more stuff. I don't know.
I also feel like
if they're cheaper,
or because they can bypass, going to stores and all that stuff, and you can just ship them directly to you. Like Hasbro will treat
Hasbro Pulse was cheaper, to pre-sell than everywhere else. Absolutely, man.
But I also feel like Hasbro makes money mass selling them to like people who buy them as gifts in the toy aisle. So like they probably lose out on a lot of that. But I thought it was a decent idea until you get into all the logistics of Hasbro and like how massive a scale it is.
It's different because the Four Horsemen guys, I think they have like one, they've got like one manufacturer factory or whatever turning these out. They're a very small operation for what they do, and that's not a knock on them at all. But I definitely feel like, and even when it comes down to it, you'll notice that what's different about a lot of these is the paint. Like if you go back and look through a lot of my Mythic Legions, you'll see the same parts used over and over and over again, but they paint them so differently that like you don't really notice it as much, but you get a lot of reuse because all these parts are made to fit together.
Interchangeable.
Exactly.
Yeah. Well, G.I. Joe, I mean, a lot of people do not realize how many, the vintage G.I. Joe
Yes.
O-ring line, how many characters were just repaints. of mismatched parts from different characters. But they painted them so significantly, it just went right over your head.
Yeah, it's stuff you don't notice as a kid, but it's something that's always been there. It's a mainstay of, like, you know, what you said earlier, but where it's $10,000 for one of those molds, or $100,000 for a mold. Like, of course they're going to reuse that. They're going to reuse it every chance they can, because if you don't have to make a whole new one of those for one figure, like it's way better. It's better for everyone. So, or it's better for Hasbro at the very least.
Where do you guys fall on the fact that, you know, you just bought a badass figure there for $45, comes with all these interchangeabilities and everything, but your average Black Series figure gets one accessory and no extra hands, and whereas G.I. Joe and Marvel and, you know, get all these extra, G.I. Joe gets extra weapons and Marvel gets extra build of figures. It's just all the Lucasfilm licensing,
it's
right?
licensing. It's 100%
all
licensing.
it is.
Like the Mythic Legions guys, they don't have shareholders they have to answer to. That, like, they basically, like, it's them and it's the people buying from them, and that's it. And the people buying from them is a combination of people like me, and then a combination of places like Big Bad Toy Store and whatnot, where they're ordering, you know, hundreds of figures, versus me, where I'm just ordering like my one figure. So you like, I was actually pointing this out when they just did a wave reveal where it was like $35 for a figure. Let me bring it up. I'm gonna pop this up. Source Horseman. Let's do Mythic Legions. I'm gonna bring this up here so I can show my screen. Share.
All right, you got it.
There we go.
Well, while you're pulling that up, I'll say real quick. I think people blame Hasbro way too much for a lot of things whenever they need to start putting blame on Disney and Lucasfilm for how high their
renegotiations, when was that? 18, 17,
something like that.
Well, they renewed 19? In 2022 or 2021, I'm pretty sure, of January. They renewed a license with Hasbro, and I think it was 21. I'm pretty sure.
Horrible. Yeah.
Okay.
The licenses are just so high. A lot of times they don't have the budget.
This Knight guy right here, I bought him for $35. He has like a full-on soft goods, wired cape soft goods cloak and clothes underneath. Okay. And then this is everything he comes with. Like 2 heads. One of the heads is a helmet and it has alternate like wing things on the side. He's got alternate shoulder pads. He's got 4 different swords and whatnot, a bunch of different hands, a shield. And he's there because you can make him a specific character, or you can make him more of like a Crusade Templar, like builder, like Legion builder or whatever. And that was $35 for all that stuff. And the big thing for me is the soft goods. Like, they're not like Hasbro soft goods. Whenever they do them, they feel cheap. These are not cheap. These are hemmed.
Yeah, these are double lined.
Yeah, double lined. Like, they've got the wire in them so you can pose them. They feel really, really nice. So it's crazy what this company can do versus what like Hasbro, because, you know, Hasbro's making them on a different level too. They're mass marketing them. They're trying to make them as many as they can for as cheap as they can. And there's always that, you know, if something costs so much, when you make so many of them, the logistics for making that many with all the different parts you need and all that stuff, like, it gets to be too expensive because it's not feasible to do that.
Yeah, it's very impressive. My 4 Horsemen's 2000X He-Man figures are some of my favorite.
They're great.
Some of my
yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah,
Well,
I was so close to falling into that
you
rabbit
did.
hole.
You were asking me questions. I thought for sure I'd gotten you.
Well, because there was like 3 of them that I absolutely loved, but I was like,
Yeah.
if I fall into this, I know it's going to be all that money. But then I got the 3D printer, so I kind of got out. But I still do have that the thing on pre-order from BBTS.
Oh, the Headless Horseman.
the Headless Horseman, the
Ooh.
reprint, but it's not the
Yeah.
original. So if you want to trade me the original, because I kind of like that one better.
I'll think about it because I do like the glow in the dark and the colors on the.
I was even tempted on that.
Yeah.
That was not anywhere, but yeah, Ichabod Crane, man. If that was a Disney one, I would be 100% bought.
Yeah, so I'm pretty excited for that, even though I don't have anything else. But that'll probably be the one where I get the horse, and I'm like the Headless Horseman. But I feel like I'll do their Figura Obscura stuff if I like it. I want them to do a Bigfoot, personally.
That'd be
I feel
cool
like
if they
that would
did.
be sick. I feel like that'd be cool.
Yes, I do know that the Ox Crew through whatever the next Cosmic Legions wave is going up for pre-order on like next week or the week after. I'm pretty excited for that. That's just more money.
So yeah, I say, are you all ready to talk about the Ghost? Finally,
Finally?
So we have
The longest episode. I love it.
we're going all night, boys.
I warned you.
You did? No, you did. My wife is gonna be like, "When are we eating dinner?"
Yeah, I could smell dinner cooking.
Luckily,
I
ate
texted.
right
I'm like,
before,
I'm not going to be there.
had Chick-fil-A right before coming on, so. And Brian Dickey is literally right. I've been checking my AirPod because this happened. This is like notorious through like
Every time we go long, yeah.
hardcore listeners of the show will know that like if when we have those like SDCC coverage shows and all that, my AirPods will die near the end. So whenever you all were talking, I went in the other room and got spare headphones but they're like 40% right now. I think we're good.
You got a couple hours in there. Yeah.
Yeah. I need
you
to
wanna
get
talk
like the
Haslab?
newer AirPods. Yeah, let's talk Haslab. Do you want to share screen and go on the Hasbro site, or you just want to
Sure.
chat
No,
about it?
I can do it.
But first question, Jake, are you in on the Ghost? Are you a backer? And if so, how many?
I am. So I don't collect to sell. I don't collect for value.
Love it.
I collect for me, and so I only buy one. So yeah. So this will be my 5th. 1, 2, 3. How many Haslabs do I have? I have the Cell Barge. I have the Razor Crest. I have the Sky Striker. I ordered the GI Joe Hiss, and the Ghost would be 5. Yeah, I skipped on the Dragonfly.
I was gonna say you didn't get the Dragonfly then. Yeah.
I skipped just because I'm not all in on the classifieds. But I thought because I have enough of them. I won't say so many, but I have enough of them. I thought having the Hiss on the shelf would look pretty sharp. And also, I love the Hiss. It's a classic. And the fact that I can make the original toy design made me very, very happy. So I wanted to support the line because I love G.I. Joe. I love G.I. Joe. So yeah. So I'm 5 Haslabs in. I started backing the Haslab. I have a screen cap of when 2 had sold. So that's when I was logging into the Hasbro app to purchase my Ghost. So I'm an instant backer on 3 3/4 Star Wars. I don't have to think about it. So yeah. And I don't know if you guys know this, but every Star Wars Haslab I track daily. And so I keep graphs of them, and I typically share them. I used to share them every day, but again, season of the kids. I do it every 3 or 4 days. So I was going to get ready after this. I was going to do the last couple of days. So my alarm goes off at 9 o'clock every night, and I screen cap whatever was sold as of that point. And then I have these spreadsheets where I just keep the tally of how many more we need, what percentage is sold, how many for the next tier. And I've been doing this since Slave 1. So, since Cell Barge. So I have the Cell Barge. I have the Razor Crest stats. I have their stats.
Do you have the Rancor stats?
I started and I stopped because I saw where it was going. And I'm like, I don't want to invest.
Yeah.
I don't want to invest this daily energy, into something that I was seeing go down.
Sure.
So
Did you
I actually did stop. I did not, because
That's
it just
Kick him out.
what's that?
I said kick him off the pod.
I know. I didn't, because also, if you remember, and I think one of the faux pas of the Rancor was they ran it simultaneously with the Sky Striker
Yeah.
and with
It was
the
awful.
Proton Pack, and I was tracking the Sky Striker. I was like, ooh, like
Over the moon for that.
O-Ring Joe is just as valuable to me as 3 3/4 Star Wars. So, that had all my attention. Now, if we were in a drought and the Rancor came about and there was nothing else going on, I would debate it, because as a Luke collector, right? I mean,
That's like a
I
vital
got Jedi Luke
scene,
right there and right there and right there. But it might make sense to have a Rancor. So, did Luke come with the Rancor?
It wouldn't have
tier 4,
right?
Yeah, it was tier 4, but yeah.
But talk about the worst decision you could possibly make. 3 Haslabs running in the holiday season.
Right? No, 100%. It was a very poor management or decision.
The marketing
where do you land on Haslabs?
Just terrible.
Me?
Yeah, well, like there are people, you know, they're like Hasbro doesn't need to crowdfund things. Hasbro's $1 billion company or whatever.
You know why? You know why they do? Because yes, Hasbro can make it. Target is not going to carry it. Walmart's not going to carry it. Toys R Us wasn't going to carry it. Do you know how much real estate that toy puts up? You know, shelf real estate is a hot commodity, and there's no way anyone's going to let that sit on their shelf for $500. Now, yes, Toys R Us did really, or Target did release their Legacy Smuggler's Run, Galaxy's Edge,
Millennium Falcon,
Millennium Falcon. Yeah. But if you recall, each store got like one. Or actually, they didn't even put it really in the stores. They had it pre-order only, and if you saw one in the store, it's because someone returned it. But yeah, it's just that's not a reality. That's not a toy aisle reality. So no one's going to buy that.
Also, just like shipping,
which is why if you want this,
because the containers are so expensive and it takes up so much space on trucks and all that.
Absolutely. There is Hasbro does, if you know, we want to have that made, we're going to have to show them. And you know what? I've been collecting Star Wars for so long. I played the clearance game for years. Every year I asked my parents, as an adult man, I asked my parents every Christmas for the big Star Wars vehicle that year. And it may have been the AT-AT, it may have been the MTT, it may have been the newest gunship or Falcon or whatever. And when they didn't have it or it didn't come out at Christmas time, I'd wait until they went clearance, because they always did. And so they're not going to make these if they're going to go to clearance. And so they're just not a toy aisle. They're not a toy aisle item. So, I mean, if I want it, I'll pay for it.
And that's why the Black Series vehicles line pretty much died, because they took up too much space in box retailers, and they all hit
those
clearance.
Boxes were like ginormous, so messed up because they just got kicked around and moved around and dropped. And, you know, I think couple decades from now, having a mint in-box TIE fighter is going to be the rarest possible thing you can imagine.
You know, I saw one that was in really good shape at ICC-Con, and, you know, like Wilbon and the other people who were there, like out of the basement and all that, they were like pushing me to buy the TIE fighter because it was only $100 in the box. And I had already like spent all the money I wanted to spend, and like plus having to carry it through the con. I think by the time the day was over, it was gone anyways.
Carrying it through the con, yeah,
because I would have had to buy it and immediately go all the way to the car, then all the way back. But for $100, I kind of regret not grabbing it. And then they also had the snow speeder, which I still don't have, which I need that.
Yeah, and I debated that because that's a very Luke-centered piece as well. And I'm like, I collect Luke. I feel like I need the snow speeder, but yeah,
that snow speeder Luke is one of the better Lukes too.
Yeah, right. I remember buying the Imperial Shuttle
Mm-hmm.
when it came out, and FAO Schwartz had it as an exclusive. And I worked in downtown Seattle, about 2 blocks from FAO Schwartz, but I rode the bus 35, 40 minutes from Seattle to Tacoma every day. And I had to I walked over on my lunch break, bought this huge box, and then had to actually sit it in a seat next to me for the ride home. And people were so not happy with me. But I'm like, sorry, I don't know what else to do with it. It won't even fit in the walkway. I mean, it just has to be on a chair.
That's awesome.
It was so big.
So, Ghost. What are some things? Because we kind of knew the Ghost was coming out. Like, it wasn't really a secret. People had.
Well, this is the first one that didn't officially leak.
Right. True.
In a long time, because Riva leaked.
Yes.
Riva was actually put up on Haslab early.
Yes. The
I don't know
Rancor
who
leaked.
I don't know who leaked the
Patrick,
Rancor.
Yeah.
It was one of the live streams.
Patrick would never.
Patrick literally said, and whenever we reveal the Rancor, the upcoming Haslab, and then they just completely.
Zach, yeah. Zach, that was me. He was talking to me. That was on
your Q&A.
Haslab. That was my Q&A,
That's
and I'm the only one that posted the video of it because everyone else on my feed
That's awesome.
saved it for podcast and didn't drop it for like a week.
Oh, man.
I had it up in 30 seconds. No, yeah, he actually was talking to me. That was my Q&A with Patrick where he leaked it.
Real quick.
And if you notice, if you watch it again, I was promoting, I was like sending out just an advert, just a post on social media that I was, chatting with the Hasbro brand team. And then he said Rancor, and I deleted everything I was doing and then started talking to my friends. Like immediately, I was like,
Rancor.
Yep, Haslab confirmed.
Yeah.
It's going to be the Rancor.
Watching that video, I was on a beach in Aruba. And I was
Awesome.
like, what?
I didn't even look up. He said it, and I felt my gut sink, and I was like, "Oh,
Don't
it's
react.
confirmed."
Don't react. Don't
Yep,
react.
don't. I didn't react. And you know what? I was waiting. Honestly, I was waiting, and I would have.
Yeah.
I would have done what they asked because and people make mistakes.
Sure.
I was waiting for the end of that to say, "Hey guys, listen," because I don't know if you watched the whole thing, but he comes back around to it, and he's like, well, guys, just so you know, whatever was said during this thing, whatever, the Haslab ends up being, no matter what it is, and blah, blah, blah. And so he tried to glaze over it in a different way. Honestly, if he would have said, hey, guys, listen, I think we all know that I made a faux pas during this. Could we, could I ask you not to air this or to cut that out or to whatever? And I was like, I would have done that. And there were some people that were mad I didn't. And that's like, no one told me to.
Yeah.
No, I mean, it's a Q&A.
Yeah.
I didn't.
Yeah, it's funny because what I remember, he went back and he was like, oh, I had it in my mind of another product that we're getting ready for. Like, he tried to change it, but it's clearly like you made a mistake. Just you should have just owned up to it.
And it happened. And I would have, if I had to scrub it, I would have had to scrub it or edit that out. That would have been fine. But there was no mention of it. I mean, that's what I would have done. If it was my faux pas and I was a week out from its debut or however long we were before then.
It was a couple months, actually.
Yeah, no, it was a while, right? And so I would have just, hey, guys, we're going to go ahead and have you edit out that. I mean, okay.
Sure.
But they didn't say anything. And I posted it. And then, of course, Jason went crazy with it. Yak Face, my buddy.
Classic Jason.
Oh yeah.
So this is basically the second $500 Haslab that they've done with Star Wars. The first
Star Wars, yeah. First Unicron was a little bit more.
I backed Unicron. It was $575, which I believe is the most expensive Haslab so far.
And did not fund.
It did not fund. It did fund.
Well, they had to extend the campaign.
They had to extend it.
Did not fund. They had to.
They had, but it did end up funding. But yes, they
did.
But they had to extend it. How do you feel about this one versus the sail barge? As someone who's invested in both, like for how much you're paying versus what you're getting,
right? Well, sail barge, nothing can beat the sail barge because it's magical. It's a legacy. It's something we've wanted forever, right? The Ghost is only how old? I mean,
2014. Yeah.
14.
8 years,
I was going to say
9
15,
years, yeah.
14. So it's a baby compared to the 40-year-old that's sitting over there. Also, there's tons of iconic scenes that came out of the barge. I can't, the Ghost is iconic as of itself, but is there important scenes that mean the most to me that took place inside? I can't think of it, off the top of my, I mean, I know there's lots of scenes that happen inside, but is there some, do you guys have an iconic scene that happens in there?
Well, the iconic scene's going to be when it gets blown up in episode 6 of Ahsoka, and everybody's like,
100%.
just like the Razor Crest, like, oh, now we paid for it.
Bell Barge, Unicron, Razor Crest.
They all get blown up.
I mean, like, yeah,
Sentinels,
no, you can't.
Galactus, they've all been blown up at some point.
Yeah.
The Rancor got crushed.
The Rancor died. Yeah,
It's the Haslab curse.
Sky Strikers have blown up in G.I. Joe.
Cookie Monster is probably gonna get robbed or something.
Yeah, let's hope it doesn't blow up on like episode 1 of Ahsoka, because we need Ahsoka momentum to kind of get us there. Because
that's true.
Well, it's
right now
it's the shape. We don't know, but it probably is.
Yeah, we are in the limp along stage. We're in the drums of Rebel Lights was the Ghost of the Bridge. Yeah,
was that in Andor?
True.
No,
in Rebels. In Rebels. That's true.
In Rebels.
Yeah, in Rebels.
Yeah, the Ghost has shown up. Obviously, it was in Rebels.
Rogue One.
Obviously, it was in Rogue One. It was in The Rise of Skywalker. And I want to say it was in the background of somewhere else, and I can't think of it right now.
Obviously, it's going to be in the Ahsoka show.
And then it'll be in the Ahsoka, which they have not even featured it yet, which is interesting.
Which is weird. It's very weird that in none of the trailers they've shown the Phantom, but they have not shown the Ghost, which is
and they have what we obviously think is the cockpit, because they show Hera in a cockpit, but they haven't actually they're waiting for a reveal or something, or a big moment maybe in the first series or first episode or something. So do I want this? I did not expect it to be bigger than the Legacy Falcon. I was actually kind of sad about that, because the Falcon is the Falcon. I kind of want that to be the biggest ship out there.
Yeah, but in canon, if you can go look at the size of the ships, and the Rebel's a bigger ship, or the Ghost is a bigger ship.
Yeah, but if you also think about, look at this model. Yeah. The sides don't reveal or come off, which seems less than. I feel like this has potentially less features than the Falcon even does.
I don't agree with that. I feel like when you take the top off, there's I feel like there's way more inside in
but
terms
if you
of
think about
diorama.
Just like a linear type thing with the Ghost that doesn't have all the stuff on the side and all that.
Right. So if you scroll through those pictures a little bit, right? We have an interior, right? So look at that comes off. Okay. It's got the outside ship, but the outside ship doesn't have the Phantom 2. It doesn't have a cargo room or anything. There's no door in the back that opens, and the chopper is mounted onto it permanently. It doesn't come off. It's not removable.
Yeah.
So I guess that's akin to the escape pod from the Falcon. But the Falcon did have electronics for $500 when it was released a second time, so there was a different era, but then again, the Falcon was almost, was that 5 years ago too, for the Smuggler's Run? How long has Galaxy's Edge been around?
2020.
Yeah, so
2020 is when it
2020, so only 3 years ago.
Yeah,
they put out it was 500. No, it was 400. Oh gosh, what was the
it was $399.
$399.
It was
$399.
$399. Yeah.
So I don't know. I think the detail inside is awesome. I love that it's got a huge cockpit that can do a lot of a lot of characters sitting in there.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I guess I'm not as overwhelmed with that as. I don't know how much more it has to offer than the Legacy Falcon.
Yeah.
I guess. Because they had the ramp. Is the ramp? They have a ramp in the front.
It has a ramp
here.
in the front. Yeah.
The Falcon has a ramp and it's motorized. They both have the hollow deck table and the little, seating area.
Yeah.
I don't know, because that's where I keep going to. That's what I compare it to. I compare it more to the old Falcon than I do to the Sail Barge or even the Razor Crest. Because I feel like it's that same type of, ship.
Well, it funded a lot faster than the sail barge did. That's for sure.
Sail Barge funded on day 42.
Oh, 45.
Yep.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh, it was a nail biter.
That was also the very
I
first
remember
Haslab,
because I was
right?
following it. I was one of those things
Yeah.
like, I'm never going to buy this. At the time, it was a money thing. I'm like, $500. That's ridiculous.
I know, isn't that horrible?
Yeah. Now I'm like, oh, $500 isn't so bad.
Ugh,
That's so weird.
horrible.
But I just, I didn't collect 3 3/4 inch scale. So not only was $500 a lot, but spending $500
Yeah.
on something I didn't really collect. But
Right.
but I recognized how unique the situation was. Like this is a Kickstarter essentially. This is something that
Yeah.
will exist because like fans have basically willed it into existence. They had to put their money where their mouth was, and enough people had to want it to make it a reality. So this already, I don't remember how many. We can find out. We can look at it right here.
You needed 5,000.
So it only needed 5,000. I'm pretty sure the Ghost had that
5,000.
on day one
I can tell you.
of this. You
I can tell
you
ya.
can tell me. But one of the things that really impressed me with this campaign, because again, I haven't followed them, tracking them every day, but I've followed every Haslab that's Haslabbed so far, and no Haslab has been this prepared on day one.
On launch, yeah. Which
On
was
launch.
a
With
big
launch,
mistake
with
with the
tiers.
Rancor.
Yeah, we not only do we know the tiers, but they had a physical model of it. It was painted. They had a physical model for all the tiers ready to go,
Yeah.
like physically.
Yeah,
They're
on
nothing was a
display with the
prototype.
ship,
Yeah, yeah.
This has been a work in, it's been since they said, what did they say during one of the Q&As, that they started working on this during the Razor Crest one.
Yeah, I think
So they knew
yeah.
this was coming.
Yeah.
So according to my stats, remember, I stop at midnight.
Yeah.
And so since the day one was not a full day, because obviously they dropped it at 11 o'clock
Yeah.
or whenever the Hasbro panel was, right? So as of 9 o'clock that day, midnight East Coast time, it was 4,491.
Okay.
So
Pretty close, yeah.
So
It
by
was
the end of the
close,
second
yeah.
day, it was
Yeah.
6,400.
24 hours,
yeah.
So yeah, it was within 24 hours. I had 5,000 easy, and that funded. And this one funded on the Razor Crest was 24 hours. It was
Yeah.
a day one. This funded on day 5.
Yeah,
Day 5.
yeah, and that was to hit 8,000.
Is
And
it-
I think that's really
Yeah.
impressive. Yeah.
Is it on track to get all the tiers?
No.
No,
Is it-
no. I mean,
Is it losing steam or?
Oh, definitely.
The same thing happened with the Sail Barge. This looks
Yeah.
more like the Sail Barge than it does the Razor Crest. And I
Yes.
think the big difference between those two properties is that price point.
Yes.
I think it's a lot easier to keep steam and get people fired up about 350. And they kept introducing things to us to keep us interesting. For example, they opened it up to, I think, the UK or Canada, and then they opened up the next tier, and then they revealed something else, and then they revealed the paint, and then they revealed this. This is my problem with them being too prepared, is what is the carrot to get us going throughout this campaign? Because right now, I mean, they mentioned in the Q&A there might be some surprises if they hit tiers or whatever along the way, but as of right now, this is what it is for the next 34 days, 1 hour and 3 minutes, and that's not going to get us. They think right now the most we're going to get is maybe the second tier.
we'll see, because again, obviously I've followed every Haslab campaign,
Yep.
so I'm going to keep prefacing that to kind of assert my my authority here.
authority.
A lot,
Expertise.
my expertise. Thank you. A lot of, I would say most Haslabs have a middle dip where they're still gaining.
Oh, yeah.
They're still gaining, but it's significantly slowed down. The Razor Crest, I would say, was more of an anomaly than a norm. And the Razor Crest was actually the first Haslab where they had tiers. And there was a point where they were legitimately, I feel like they were making up tiers as they went because of just like how popular it was. I don't know how many of those tiers they actually had planned, because the one before that was the Sentinel, and that didn't have tiers. They were just kind of throwing things in because it was so popular. They were like, okay, now it's going to come with, I think the first thing they added was like a second like claw, and then they were like, okay, now we're going to do figures and stuff. They weren't calling them tiers. They weren't giving them specific goals, and I don't even think the Razor Crest had those goals for tiers. I think they were just going so fast. They were just like, okay, we've hit this, so now we're going to add this. Like, they didn't have a goal to say, well, if we hit 14,000, we'll show you something else. It was just going so fast. They were trying to keep up with it. So it was unique.
No, I agree.
It was unique to anything else, because like even like Unicron and even the sail barge, they were trying to add things in to kind of sweeten the deal, but they weren't necessarily tiers. Like they weren't adding them on if you hit a certain point. They were just trying to throw things in to make people want to buy it, essentially. So it wasn't until the Razor Crest they had tiers, but it wasn't until Galactus where they had goal tiers, where it's like, okay, if we hit this, it'll get this. And a lot of people don't remember that Galactus also didn't fund very fast. It didn't fund until like a week before the goal ended, and it went on to be one of the highest selling Haslabs. So just because right now it's funded, but it's not hitting its goals very fast, I think as it goes towards that end, as those hours decrease, you'll get those FOMO people. You'll get the people that wait because they still don't realize that it doesn't charge until the campaign ends, and they go, I don't have money right now. Even no matter how many Haslabs there are, there's always those people like, well, I don't want to drop $500 right now, and you're not. Like, you even have like a month after it ends to get your $500 back if you forget to cancel. But you'll always get those people, and you'll get the people that buy more to sell. You'll get the places like Big Bad Toy Store that drop in orders. You'll get the places like from out of the country where they're adding them in from specialty shops and stuff.
Well, now that half the world has Hasbro Pulse, I think that's
true.
beneficial, but I don't know how they're adding those in, and if they already are. That would be disappointing if they're already adding them in, because that means that the rest of the world's not on top of this, because probably the price point. I know that my friends who live in Canada, this is like a $800 toy for them.
Now, is that 800 Canadian dollars or is that 800 American dollars?
Yeah, Canadian.
Yeah, and
so
in Australia, it's even worse.
Yeah. So here's the one thing.
Hold on. 800 Canadian dollars is only 600 US dollars. So it's a little bit more expensive, but it's not that much more expensive.
But that's then shipping.
True. No, true.
$100 to ship.
Yeah, true.
Then there's another $100 to ship.
No, that's true. And I think we said this last time, but the shipping on this, if you're not a premium member, is $50. So if you're backing the Ghost, if you're backing the Ghost and you're not a premium member, you're a fool.
Doesn't make sense.
It doesn't make sense.
So here is the point that I would point out. Whereas the Ghost funded faster, but has dropped off quicker than the Cell Barge, because what I do is when I do my graphs, I do daily percentages of growth. Right. And so like a couple days in, like day 3 for the Cell Barge, it was at 25% growth.
Right.
And the day 14 or 4 was at 14, and day 5 was at 9, and day 6 was at 5, and day 7 was at 5, and day 8 was at 3% of the daily growth, right?
Sure.
We here, and I'm looking at where's my last one I did a few days ago. I have a billion picks on here because my boy and I at the beginning of this week went up to Mount Rainier.
Fun.
Nice.
Starting day 6, they were already at 3%, and it's 2%, 2%, 1%, 1%, 1%. And so we have gotten to the lull a lot faster than we did with the sell barge. Now the sell barge didn't sell a lot right away, so it's a little easier to increase your numbers, daily percentages, but yeah, we're at a real lull here.
Yeah, we're at a crawl for sure.
I would be interested to see how that changes whenever that first tier is hit, because I feel like there's probably a lot of people that don't want the Ghost unless it comes with at least some of the crew. So once it hits 11, maybe that'll convince another 2,000 to get it, and then once it gets the second tier, that second figure, it'll convince another 2 or 3 or whatever. So I wonder if it hits that first tier. Maybe I'd be interested to see if it starts like getting into that 3% a day or 4%, a little higher, and then accelerate faster when it gets.
Well, let's see. We're at currently 9,400
and
48
Yep.
as of, we're almost at the end of this day when I would track sales. Yesterday at the end of the day, they only had 9,387. So that means, less
than 100.
Yeah, less than 100 for the last 24 hours. And then the last 24 hours before that, it had 9,314. So that was only like 50 or 60 in one day.
Yeah.
So you can see we're puttering along 92.17 the day before. So this thing's barely cracking out 100, which is a very slow pace for something that is now available to a much larger portion of the world, which seems interesting.
That's true, because the sail barge was only U.S. Like it wasn't even
only U.S.
Yeah,
and then remember they did a extra 1,000, I think, or something for the UK that they ran through. What's that big website? The Star. Starts with a Z, I think.
Zavi.
Yes,
Zavi,
they did it through Zavi
Yeah.
over there, right? And so they did like 1,000 or 2 or whatever. So, I mean, they're going to need to inspire. If the Ahsoka series doesn't do it, then they're going to have to figure out something, because like you said, they've shown physical models. They said that version they showed was almost a final version. The only thing we haven't seen is packaging, I guess, or the vehicle itself. We've seen the card backs. There's just not a lot more to reveal. So I was hoping a puffer pig would be in
that'd be fun.
the picture somewhere, but
Orlando. Well, I mean, they're missing a full Chopper and a Sabine from season 4.
Correct.
Like they have. I think on the floor, someone asked about Sabine, and Chris's answer was, "Well, we showed off a Sabine there, but it's from Ahsoka. It's not from Rebels.
Yeah, that doesn't count.
It doesn't count, because all of the crew that you're getting with this toy specifically are from season 4 of Rebels, which is, by the way, is something we also need in the Black Series, because the only Rebels characters that we have are from season 1.
I think a really good, if it gets closer to that tier 3 and 4, if it exceeds that and they need another tier, I feel like a really good tier would be I don't know if they'd be able to change it to where Chopper would be able to be carded and removable, where you could insert it. Like, I don't know how that would work. And then I guess obviously a carded Sabine add-on would probably hype it up as well.
Now, what would happen to you as a backer? How would you feel if it didn't hit any tier? If it ended at 10,000.
Well, I want the ship.
Sure.
I mean,
Yeah.
I view the tiers as
Bonuses, yeah.
bonuses.
Finally, a man of culture.
Was I upset that I didn't get the final 2 figures from the Sky Striker? Yeah,
I was going to
wanted
ask about that. Yeah, the mustard and ketchup.
I wanted
Yeah.
mustard and ketchup so damn bad.
Yeah.
But I was buying a Sky Striker, right?
Right.
I mean, all these things were bonuses. I understand that. I understand the game. Do I want all the perks of me playing the game? Of course, but it is what it is. I 100% believe that all those characters will be reissued anyway, because there's no exclusive figure to any of these.
Right.
Here, they will repaint it. They will take away an accessory. They will recard it. I know that I'm not in fear. I mean, Yak Face came with this. He had a cup, right?
Yep.
He had a cup and a coin. That came with this cell barge, right?
Yep.
The Razor Crest had a shiny pram.
Yep.
Right.
Was there any difference between the Jawa? Like, I remember they released the Jawa by itself.
Yes. The Jawa.
I think it was an accessory.
Had exclusive, accessories here.
Okay.
And so they'll bring out those characters. They molded them. They're planning on producing them. We will get Ezra and Sabine and Ezra and Heron. We'll get all those in the general line.
They won't be the exact fancy card, like the Sabine artwork card.
They'll probably have either a different deco, less accessories, and definitely a different card back. Yeah. That's what will happen.
Kanan comes with so many accessories. He comes with a mask, an alternate head.
No, it's exciting. And I want all those things. Yeah. Absolutely. As, again, a world building line, I absolutely want all that.
What are the order of the tiers? Because I know Zeb is last, but I don't really know who's first, second, or
so I'm
third.
coming down
there
here.
So
we're getting
Hera's
Hera.
included.
And, one of the questions I had before they even announced it was, would the Phantom be included, or would the Phantom be a tier? I'm happy that the Phantom is not a tier. It's just part of the base offering, which is good.
And I really wanted my Phantom 1 to interact with it, but they said that wasn't going to happen because it's an older, it's a different line. That makes sense, but
sure.
So we got, so here's the nice thing about this though, is they did card Hera because they didn't card Mando.
Oh, right. They didn't. That's right.
They didn't card Mando. But the same way they didn't card Jabba for the cell barge or whatever, but I am happy that they did exclusive carded figure the pilot, General Hera Syndulla.
Yeah. All right. So the first tier is 11,000 backers. So it needs about 1,500 more to go. It's about halfway there, basically.
We'll get that.
Easily.
I have no doubt
easily.
We'll get that. And it comes with a Lothcat, which is awesome.
I'm super. This is the second figure they showed off on the same day for the vintage collection that comes with a Lothcat, and I want a Black Series Lothcat so bad.
What was the other one?
There's one that comes with the Ahsoka. Not the Ahsoka, sorry. The Sabine, the one from the Ahsoka series.
That's right.
Also comes with a Lothcat, but a different paint job on it.
Yeah. Yeah. So technically this would be an animated, that one. Right. That the other one would be you can't say that because
they got two molds.
Anything on a TVC card is considered live action versions of whatever,
Can I say I don't like Ezra's face? He looks like an adult. Like, if you told me this was the Ahsoka version that's going to appear in the live action show as an adult, I would be like, yeah, that's totally right. He does not look like a teenager whatsoever.
It didn't transfer as much. No. He seems full grown too. I mean, this doesn't look like a shorter figure.
Right.
Yeah.
Hopefully he's rendered large in that card because I don't think that's a product sample. Hopefully, that he doesn't fill that much of the bubble out and he is shorter than Kanan.
Yeah, because he was. In season 4, he definitely was. So the next tier 2, is at 14,000 backers, so another 3,000 to unlock that. We get Kanan from season 4. So it's blind Kanan, which I think is a great Kanan.
We need this Kanan so bad with an alt head in Black Series.
Yeah, I love the alternate head with the shorter hair. Basically from Jedi Knight is basically what it is. This is a Jedi Knight self-sacrifice. Spoiler alert for the people that haven't watched at this point, 8-year-old show or whatever. Kanan Jarrus dies.
Oh no.
And this is one of the saddest things in all of Star Wars, honestly. It really is. Like, no matter how many times I watch it, like, it gets me. I get got.
You got it.
I get got every time.
I just got this a few months ago.
Sick.
There's me with Ezra, Hera, and Sabine.
Look at that.
Yeah.
And now Ezra's doing Wingstop commercials. Have you heard those?
No, I haven't.
No, he did like Wingstop, which is like a chicken wing restaurant. But if you listen to it, it just sounds like Ezra, like
Funny.
from Star Wars.
At ICC Con, since he was there, I think we were talking with Skywalker Hendricks, and we were teasing like people should go get Buffalo Wild Wings napkins. And
That was it. It was Buffalo Wild Wings. You're right. It was Buffalo Wild Wings. Yeah.
So it would have been funny if somebody would have got a Buffalo Wild Wings napkin signed by him.
Yeah.
All right, tier 3.
And then tier 3.
Oh, I thought Zeb was 4 for some reason.
There isn't a 4. It's only 3.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's because it doesn't include the whole crew.
Right.
That's right.
So it could be that they have a tier 4 ready to go.
I mean, it would make sense.
Yeah.
A lot of these Haslabs nowadays get into the 20,000s.
Yep. Easily.
So Sabine or Chopper could be that,
I mean,
20,000 or 19 or whatever. So
let's look. So the Hiss got 26,772. That was a $300 one. Death Saurus, which I backed, has 27,442. This one though, these two Transformers ones, like $180.
yeah, that's
so cheap.
That's the normal price of a Titan now.
Yeah, that's just a normal figure. Yeah. The Dragonfly. Well, they crowdfund them because they're not sure there's an audience. Is why they do it.
Yeah.
Like so the
24,000. Almost.
Yeah, almost 25,000. And that was one that people weren't sure was going to make its tiers either, because we were stuck for a while on Glenda.
The people are upset about Glenda because it's not as a famous character.
Right. Well, it's like a nobody character. She was a character from Brazil. Like, which I think is neat. I think I
do too.
I think that's cool.
That's exactly where you should put them. Places where no one will buy them, but they're a great perk for that.
But she's also appropriate because she's a helicopter pilot, and she was in the original figure. So I mean, it makes perfect sense. Plus, she is a pre-paint to Retro Scarlet.
Yeah, Scarlet, which they announced.
Yeah.
Retro Scarlet and Duke are a must-buy.
Absolutely.
Looking at all this,
and I can get rid of my video game versions. That was wave 1.
Yeah, the Fortnite ones.
Looking at all this just makes me so mad still that we couldn't even get the base on the Rancor. Like with how
we were close, man.
20,000.
But there was a lot of hate going on. There was a lot of people that it was like the equivalent of getting review bombed.
Oh
True.
yeah.
True.
So 21 on Sentinels.
Yeah,
there it is.
We'll get there. 28 for the Razor Crest.
Yep.
Let's see.
Those things, there's so many. You can buy those for cost almost.
Yes.
A little more.
A little bit more, but not much. Absolutely.
No.
So 30,000 on Galactus.
Yeah.
I think it's I think it's the highest one still for how many it sold. And again, this was one that people didn't even know if it would fund because it was taking so long to get there. And then when it did, they didn't even think it would hit the tiers because nobody cared. Like the one tier they showed off was a Silver Surfer, which was one that people had already. The big difference is that it had like the stand to fit in his hand.
Yeah, in his hand.
Yeah, and it wasn't until, was it Morg or the Morg figure that people went nuts for, and it shot up.
Yeah, that's what I think will happen with the Ghost. Once it hits like Ezra or Kanan, I feel like people are going to be 100% in. I just feel like they don't want to take the risk of having to pay the $500 and not getting any of the figures. I feel like a lot of the market is like that.
Yeah, same thing with the Victory Saber, but it was only $180.
So far, there's not a single Haslab that hasn't dropped less than 20.
Right? I think this one right here, the Sky Striker, hit 15.
Oh, 15. Right there. Okay.
Let's see. There was another one that we looked at, I think. Maybe not. I know Hero Quest didn't go by money by units. It went by money, which was weird.
Yep.
Like none of them have done this before. Oh no, they did change it to backers. Okay. I think
100.
that's a lot. It
Yeah.
needed 500. And
It needed 500 back.
107,000. That's ridiculous.
Jeez
Okay, so
Louise.
this one wins in terms of how many backers it
Yeah,
gets.
that's insane.
Not even close.
Jeez
It's a board game,
Louise.
though. You know,
Yeah, it was a pretty expensive board game.
that's
though.
such a wide
It
audience.
was. I mean, it was $150 for a
obviously.
board game for the Mythic tier or whatever. But yeah, so the Sky Striker was the only one so far that funded but didn't fully fund, and it was missing the last
18, right?
these
Was it
guys.
18?
Yeah, 18,000.
Yeah,
so
18.
it wasn't that far off because what was it? 15? Was it 3,000 off?
Oh, wait.
That's-
What was 16?
16 was the Night Force. No, sorry.
But we got that.
Oh wait, you're right. No, Ripcord Night Force. Yeah, that's what we got. Whoa. Okay, we did get that.
Did we have that many people back out?
I guess so.
Did they honor it even though people backed out?
I wonder about that because we definitely got Night Force Ripcord.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting.
So you're telling me all those people that canceled the Rancor could have waited until they got it, and then I could have had a Rancor, and then they didn't have to pay their $350?
Basically.
Bleepers.
Yeah, I remember being a lot closer to 18,000 than that. So that makes sense. And yeah, that doesn't make sense at all. That's crazy.
Man, I wish they could release those somehow.
I know.
Those not two figures, but yeah, someone told me the end of last year that we would get no O-rings in the year of 2023. And I was like, "What? The line's done?" He's like, "No, there'll be solicitations. You just won't get them."
That's actually not entirely true because the Soundwave Thunder Tank is coming with
January 2nd.
Oh,
I was just on
okay.
Amazon looking for that. That's January 2nd.
Because
And then
that comes the O-Ring
Machine.
Zartan and
Yep.
Zorana. Yeah.
No, it ships in January, and then the Thunder
Interesting.
Machine is mid next year, fall next year, right? So
Okay.
that's what this person has a Hasbro contact, and he
Yeah.
said, "Yeah, you're not getting any in 2023. They're shipping."
Interesting. Well, I don't think the standalone O-rings sold super well, but they were also super expensive for what they were. It was like
$20 a figure.
$20
right?
a figure for an
Yeah.
O-ring figure is ridiculous.
I pay it though, man. I pay it each time. Well, my buddy Jason, who runs Galaxy of Toys,
Yeah.
he's like me. Joe is a huge passion of his.
Sure.
And he has opened all of his, and he's like, you know what? The quality on these O-rings, like Storm Shadow and Snake
Yeah.
Eyes, they're better than the vintage ones.
Yeah.
The vintage ones, depending on your, what line you're dealing with, can get fragile.
Sure.
So
Yeah,
he's
especially like
these
thumbs
are-
and stuff. Yeah.
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 And thumbs and crotch pieces and what have you. And he's like, it's really nice to have a figure. You don't have to worry about the O-ring snapping or the thumb snapping and it's higher quality, because it's made in 2023. So for $20, I'm like, I can have a pristine version of those original figures. So yeah. No,
Yeah.
so I mean the likelihood that we'd get in the 20s is high based on past, but not all of these are necessarily as expensive as the Ghost is.
Correct.
That's
correct.
true,
So
yeah.
it's kind of weird because what works for something could kill something else. For instance, the one of the reasons the Hiss took off so well is it had an early bird figure, and I think that was one of the reasons why it took off and funded so fast. But that's also what killed the Engine of Vengeance. as soon as they missed the window for that early bird Robbie Reyes, it people backed out of it basically.
Yeah, but then they offered it, and that's still
True.
the damage was
The
done.
damage was done. So yeah, we've had a couple of not funded Haslabs. We have the
And I don't know why they don't keep Cookie Monster on there. He's never represented.
It's like they've just completely erased him from existence. I think it only got 600 backers at most.
Yeah, maybe it's too hard of a failure.
Well, but you know the Riva lightsaber, I think it got 1,400.
Yikes!
That's not great.
It had more people backed.
They should.
I'm pretty sure people backed out.
This one was actually a lot closer than I thought it was. The 5,000 out of 9,000 for the Engine of Vengeance.
Marketed that as the Grand Inquisitor saber, and it probably would have gotten there. Honestly,
you think a lot of it was the fact that it was Riva? There's a lot of hate for Riva.
It could have been Inquisitor saber, and I think it probably would have performed.
Yeah, I was never gonna back it, regardless.
Yeah,
I just don't collect. Yeah.
No, neither do I.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then the Rancor ended.
Look at the bar. I hate seeing the bar go so close.
It was actually a little closer on the night of, and then it dropped from people canceling after it didn't fund.
I joined the Toy Anxiety group, and we had a live Rancor countdown party.
I watched like 15 minutes of that. Yeah, I remember I popped into a couple different people live. I wish we would have live streamed, Mike.
Yeah, we weren't set up for it, but I was on the couch having an anxiety attack.
Yeah, I was too, and then then the world ended.
I was in the fetal position, just rocking back and forth, constantly refreshing my phone.
Yeah. So
it was
close.
A rough one.
If I just wish I was like a millionaire, I would have bought 9,000 of them. I know that's what.
Can't. Only 5 per person.
Oh, I would have created 1,000 emails. I would have done it. I would have created. Well, I guess it might be your address.
I was surprised that they decided to flip the middle finger on Rancor to Star Wars on this one, because you saw them go the extra distance for Unicron, and I just don't know why they decided, especially when they were so close.
It was so close. And
that final 5 hours, it just was getting there. They could have extended it another 2 hours. It gained
like 3,500 on that last day. Like, it was huge.
I know, and I don't. Why? I mean, why did they not? Why did they not?
I think someone was talking to us, and I kind of agree with their assessment. They've only extended, because they also kind of extended the Dragonfly, even though it didn't need it. But those are both Hasbro owned
properties.
Yes. So Hasbro can maybe do that, whereas maybe there's something in the contract where they couldn't.
Piece.
Yeah.
If you think about it, it's a leveraging piece. When they have to go back to the table to negotiate the Star Wars license, they're like,
"That's true.
Hey, listen, I just want to let you know, 2 of your properties are not, did not bring in the numbers that we thought. So maybe the value on this needs to come down a little bit. We'll raise,
Yeah.
I don't know. Because here's the thing that they won't do, though. They won't lower the prices for us. They'll just increase the amount of money they take home.
Sure.
If that licensing fee comes down. Because once it goes up, I think only once figures have ever gone down. And if you recall, figures went up to like $7 during in between episode 2 and 3. And then when episode 3 came out, that line dropped back down to like $5.50 or $6. And that's like one of the only recorded times when the price of a normal brand line came down.
Yeah.
Because usually once it goes up, you don't, you don't get it back.
And I do really like, I was watching one of the Q&As that the Hasbro brand team did, like on the floor whenever they revealed
around the model
Ghost.
there.
Yeah. And they said that they kind of took the Rancor on the chin and they learned lessons and they've like sort of revamped a little how they're doing Haslabs a little bit. So it could be like a good thing for the future, but there's a gaping hole in my collection forever.
There is one thing that the brand team at Star Wars does not do, and that is throw anybody under the bus. They won't. Their partners at Star Wars are fantastic. Their partners at Lucasfilm are fantastic. They're proud to be a part of Hasbro. They're proud to have, PFP packaging. They will never, whereas other brand teams are like, hey, look at this. We just can't do this. Hasbro's not in a place to do that. Our factories can't get them to you fast enough. It is just, it's so crazy. I watch every brand panel, every live stream, everything, because I'm a fan of, a lot of it, but I also like seeing how the other teams work. And the one thing Star Wars brand team does not do is talk bad about anything. Everything's the greatest and the best. And, even when they know it's bad. I mean, you remember the panel where Vicky started laughing when she had to reveal the next line of holiday figures because she was just like, these are ridiculous. And she's like, you guys hated the first ones. I mean, you could tell that's what she was saying. Yeah. She would never say that. But,
I mean, literally,
she was like laughing and barely getting through the reveals because she knew that's not everyone's cup of tea.
And look at this, just like the marketing has changed so much. Like they just included a picture of Malik Healy.
Well, that was because he was a last minute addition.
I know, but if they would have if they would have done it better, he would have had a physical figure revealed, painted with a painted Rancor on the floor for people to look at.
No Ula, no Mula.
I hated that so much. So much.
That's so stupid.
Yeah, so I think if we could go back and I could give Hasbro, I would tell them two things that I think it would have helped. Number one, I think they should have lowered the price by $50 and raised how many backers it needed. Like, I think just the mentality of seeing a 2 instead of a 3, I think that threw so many people off. And I think that $50 would have made a huge difference there. I also think the one physical misstep they did, I understand they said they gave him silver eyes because that's what the model had, and that's a cool fact, but that's not what you see in the movie. The way the lights played off those
the model
eyes,
also had like a pole up its ass,
right?
And
it worked in the movie because when you're capturing it on film with the light bouncing off of it, it just looks like he has cool looking eyes, not that he has like weird blind silver eyes, like he's like they're cataracts or whatever. And I really didn't like that. I was gonna be okay with it because I didn't, it's like a small feature of
the ball bearing
a gigantic toy, but I think that was a big misstep. I think the pricing, well, I was okay paying it. I get why a lot of people weren't. And like you said earlier, the tiers, I think they needed a reason to hate it, and the tiers were the easiest thing to latch on to. I don't think any of the tiers were that bad. I think for me, Salacious Crumb was the dumbest one because they were also at the same time releasing that creature pack, because you could just get it in that creature pack. You don't need to get this to get a Salacious Crumb. But like a Gamorrean Guard, of course you're going to get a Gamorrean Guard. He's a Rancor. Like, that makes sense. Those bones, I will die on the hill. Those bones were cool. And we still
those bones are cool, but these were all revealed later tiers, right?
True.
We were talking about a cardboard backdrop.
Well, no, that was part of the bones.
Was it the bones? I thought that was original release.
It was bones and the
cardboard backdrop and the bones were one tier.
I thought the cardboard was part of the original.
Also, one of the big issues was people hated the bones because we didn't get to see a physical version of the bones to see the actual true size of them. Like that Tauntaun or whatever that is, the one with the big horns, that's probably huge compared to a 6-inch scale Black Series figure.
Sure.
Like we didn't get to see it to truly like build the world, see them next to figures, which is a big misstep. I feel like people would have liked the bones a lot more had they had them ready to go, standing in scale with the figure. But
I think another thing that people are highly discounting is, even if you didn't want a Gamorrean Guard or this Luke Skywalker, which is ridiculous because it's a brand new Luke Skywalker, but the packaging with those coins, like the Yak Face coin, still sells by itself on eBay for like $200. Like the presentation, you're not getting the figure, you're getting the presentation. Like that's what that is right there. Exactly, Wilbon. That's the important thing, is, was the Rancor worth the price? I think $350 was pushing it, but I was willing to pay for it. but I think 300 would have been a better pill to swallow.
Yeah, 300 at 10,000. I feel like,
Or
Wait,
11,000.
no.
Yeah.
But would that be the highest needed to back? Is 10? We haven't had a 10,000 needed, right?
No, we have. We absolutely have.
Who needed 10,000?
Galactus needed 14,000.
Oh, geez. Okay. All right. And it doubled that.
It doubled
That's
it.
crazy.
Yeah.
over doubled. Yeah.
Oh man, it's fascinating.
It is. It's fun to look at because there isn't one answer. There isn't one right answer because everything is different. What worked for one didn't work for another. Like,
I blame the Sky Striker and the Proton Pack.
oh no, for sure. Those were the big killers.
I think that was because I was debating, especially when they showed that Luke, and I'm like, oh, I collect Lukes. You know, it interests me more. But since I had money in Sky Striker, and I know a lot of people ordered Protons, it was just
Yeah, I think one of the interesting things they did with the Ghost is they showed everything up front, and I think that really helped get it funded.
Yeah. But get it funded.
I think
now
I think the tiers are going to be tough because there's nothing to look forward to. Yeah, I think you're absolutely right.
I think I wish it would have been 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, but they skipped you. They skipped that first one, needing 3,000.
Yeah.
And then going up by 2. I don't know. It's going to be rough. I don't know. That we'll get there as is right now. As is right now, we won't get there.
I'm looking forward to it. As it gets closer to the end, it's gonna be fun to watch.
Yeah. I mean, we're getting a Ghost. I mean, I'm getting a Ghost.
That's true. You're getting a Ghost, and that's what matters.
I'm getting a Ghost and a Hera. And I'm pretty sure I'll have an Ezra at that point. But again, I'm not worried about the figures ultimately. Do I want more? Do I want them to reveal a bunch of more tiers and get them? Because that's great. That's a bonus. But they've proven they will release them if they're spending the time to work on them. So
yeah, absolutely. So before we head off, we do have one more topic we wanted to cover. I know we're almost 4 hours in, so maybe we can kind of speed. We can kind of speed through these because I think next episode we're going to go pretty heavy into detail to these. So we're going to cover the Nerdzoic report. Nobody knows if this is true. Everybody has their sources and their distributors, I guess, who's giving them. But
some people saying that Nerdzoic jumped the gun and talked too early.
Yeah. So pretty interesting. But I guess we'll give our overall thoughts.
Are these on any of Yak's databases?
No. Yak hasn't said a word as of yet.
Yeah, but a lot of people haven't said a word, so that's why we're not sure. But there's some corroborating.
They're all
evidence.
going to try to vet their sources.
Yeah.
So the first one I have on here is the Shadow Squadron pack. It's a cool re-release, but at the same time, I would rather they just release the Scout Trooper separately on the Dark Bike and then just put the Shadow on the new body. Like, I feel like that's not that hard. Why do they got to re-release this one from 2014?
That was a Target exclusive, right?
It was,
2014
and it was,
or 15
it's
also.
phase 2 packaging. There's no way they're going to go back and recreate packaging like that. I just don't. This was the one I'm like, no, they're not.
Yeah,
they're
this
not
one seems far-fetched to me.
It seems super far-fetched.
And will these reissues be in PFP or will they be on plastic bubbles again? You know, that's going to be the question.
Yeah, from what Nerdzoic said, they're going to be straight re-releases of what we've already seen.
No,
it's like, why are they
there's no way.
Yeah,
there's no way they'll do red packaging right now.
Well, this was blue packaging.
This is blue packaging.
Oh, this is blue.
This is even before the red,
right.
which would be insane. So it's just like I feel like for overall, I feel like maybe the distributor got a list of what's possible, and maybe it's not fully decided. Because I feel like just the sheer amount of these in one fall, with all the new media stuff.
You guys don't want these not released, right?
No, not at all. I don't want.
I'm all for re-releases. It's just I feel like this one's just.
And I am too. So, but yeah, I mean, I don't see any doubt that they wouldn't go back. I mean, we all know one thing: Hasbro loves their reissues, right? I mean,
Absolutely.
And so, but the exact packaging is where I would start to go.
I agree.
I don't know.
It'll have updated pricing, which I think this was $80 when it came out.
I think it was. I think it was. I think it was 60.
Well, I know the speeder bike at that time was $40. I remember buying 60.
that. I'm pretty sure it was $59.99.
Okay. Well, that would make sense price wise for a $40 figure and a $20 figure together. It would be $60.
Yeah.
But there's no way this would be $60 now. That speeder bike would be $50, and that figure is 25. So we're talking $75-$80
the
easily.
Amazon Scout, which is here.
That was 50.
This was 50 alone these days. So
yep.
That black. Well, if it's Target exclusive again, it'll be $100. That's
easily.
$100 set nowadays.
Easily.
Yeah, easy.
Yeah.
At least 90. So, and I just don't see them redoing this one, especially in that blue packaging.
If they just did that speeder bike, I would buy another one, but I'm not going to buy another set. I don't need to buy that. I already have it.
Yeah. It would just make more sense to release this individually and in like a bigger archive maybe, and then just release this one, the actual Stormtrooper on the newer body.
I would love a black Stormtrooper on the newer body.
Yeah. Absolutely. And then I also said that we did the Amazon speeder bike Scout Trooper and Child.
And that makes more sense. At the very least, like its current packaging.
Yeah,
like,
modern packaging. It was an exclusive. It's pretty sought after these days. Goes high on secondary market. So that one we're all for. This one also makes a ton of sense. It's an Amazon exclusive, even though
this is the Emperor Palpatine for the people listening.
Yeah.
On the throne. I know this is one of the most sought after figures in the aftermarket versus like how much it costs. It wouldn't surprise me if they re-released it, but I just don't see them re-releasing anything again in the older packaging because they have to go back and recreate it. Like it's not a current thing they're producing.
Yeah. This would be like such a good deluxe Return of the Jedi
for sure.
Galaxy packaging set that we have now.
I definitely think.
Cooler? Rise of Skywalker Emperor.
No, you're not wrong.
Yeah. Also, we need prequel. I want the Palpatine versus Mace where with an old head where you can change it.
Yeah. Unlimited power.
Yeah, that one.
There you go.
Don't let it kill me.
So some archive figures they might bring back is the Darth Maul, the Anakin.
What do you call a double archive?
Yeah, re-archive. Well, they're already doing that with
archived.
They're already doing that with the X-Wing Luke. So like, there's precedent for this. Yeah.
And then Bosk, of course. So these are all high on the secondary market. Yeah. Again, these are 3 figures. I would much rather they just do new molds in Galaxy packaging.
They need to do a new mold of that Darth Maul. They need to do a new mold of the Anakin Skywalker.
Like
Bosk is fine.
Yeah, Bosk is fine, but he can have more articulation. Easy.
True. I wouldn't complain.
Yeah.
I wouldn't complain. That Maul was supposed to be the pinnacle of Black Series when it first came out with its accessories and heads and all sorts of stuff.
Yeah, that's what it used to be, and
wasn't meant to be for long.
Nope.
And like with the Archive Anakin being re-released, if this is all true, like it's a Jedi figure that can't hold his saber with 2 hands unless you put him above his head, which is just nuts for 2023. So that's the worst re-release of all time. But for people who don't have it, sure. It just makes more sense to have a new one. And it's not like the character's not relevant. He was in Kenobi in that little flashback scene. And he's flashback scenes and, Mandalorian and all that. So, or with Grogu. Well, I guess he wasn't in the Grogu one, but
Did you see that fan edit where they put that Hayden in the Ahsoka trailer?
No.
As a hologram?
No.
It looked awesome. I was I got really excited, and I had a friend send it to me, and they didn't see that it was from an edit account on YouTube. And I was like, oh, this is exactly what. Oh, no, never mind. It looked amazing.
These two make a lot of sense. It would make more sense in archive. I don't see them doing red box stuff.
Yeah,
again,
I don't know why they would just re-release these. They could just archive them. Like that's a thing they could do because these are definitely sought after figures. And I don't know why BT1 isn't on here.
Why are
Yeah.
you going to release 000, but
Yeah.
not this partner?
Yeah. And all three of those figures, well, these two, the Dr. Aphra and 000, and that Astromech are
Yep.
really high on secondary market.
Oh, for sure.
Is there 3 versions of Aphra now, or just the 2?
Just the two.
Just the 2.
Just the 2.
Yeah.
The comic one and this one, right?
Yep.
And then here we go. If this is true, the old Django body, which would mean they're making money off these 3 bodies, the Super Commando, the Django Fett from Gaming Greats, and the Mandalorian Loyalist, and the Pre-Vizsla. That was the big controversial figure from the other reveals.
I understand them redoing the first 4 Clone Wars figures, the Ahsoka, the 2 Mandalorians, the Ahsoka Trooper, because like those were the hardest figures to get. Walmart just absolutely bungled that whole thing. The only reason I
That
have
doesn't
them,
sound like Walmart.
I know, right? The only reason I have them is because of viewers of my channel like found them and sent them to me. I never saw them once. I didn't get them on the website because they got canceled or something. It's a whole thing. It was really bad.
Yeah, these make sense to be reissued because they're in
Sure.
the Galaxy packaging, and I know the Django's and the Gaming Greats old style packaging, but at least the new packaging makes more sense. And then some more red box ones that were on his list: the Obi-Wan Kenobi Padawan, the Commander Obi-Wan, and then Cal Kestis, like the original Fallen Order Cal Kestis. Which does that one go high on secondary market? I haven't seen.
I think
anything
so.
for that.
A lot of people passed on it because they hadn't played, Jedi Fallen Order when it came out in 2019 because it came out before the game did.
Yeah, it's just
Yeah,
weird.
that was part of the big launch of
Yeah,
Rise
that was
of
the
Skywalker.
That was
Jedi
Force Friday for
Fallen
Rise of
Order,
Skywalker.
and
Yeah.
there was 3 things on that day. What was the other third one?
Rise of Skywalker.
gosh.
It was Rise of Skywalker, Mandalorian, and Jedi Fallen Order.
There you go.
Yeah.
Mando.
It's just weird that if this one is high on secondary market because it also had a deluxe one a little after.
Yeah, but that was orange. This is like the classic colors.
Yeah, that's true. He had the big poncho, didn't he?
Yeah.
In the deluxe set. Interesting. So yeah, I mean,
Yeah, and Brian's right. Post Jedi Survivor, a lot of people wanted the original Cal Kestis too.
That's true.
Yeah.
Then I think this is the last slide. Yeah, 2 slides.
Nope.
So we got the Ahsoka, which definitely makes sense from season 7.
Mm-hmm.
Plo Koon, Darth Nihilus, and Clone Commander Fox, all in the red box packaging, reported to get re-released. We don't know.
Darth Nihilus is the only one I care about. Mine has a broken lightsaber, so I have to buy a new one to get a working lightsaber again.
Because it fell and broke.
Yeah. Because he's a terrible figure. Because he has Darth Maul legs, and Darth Maul has weird rounded rocker feet.
Literally,
his feet are shaped like a rocking chair.
yeah, literally legs from Wave 1 2013.
Yeah.
Which is just nuts. And then, of course,
This one doesn't make sense.
Yeah, this one is awful because it's just them trying to. If this is true, it's just them trying to make money off that old astromech body.
These weren't sought after in the first place. I bought both of these on clearance off Amazon.
Yeah, and they're 3 underscaled droids because we have a new correctly scaled R2 coming out.
Mm-hmm.
So I would much rather buy all these droids. Like we got R5 on pre-order already. We got an R2. I've got 2 of the R2s pre-ordered actually. So I would have happily purchased. I don't have these sets, but I would have happily purchased this the R2 X2 on the new astromech body, like appropriately scaled. I'm not going to buy this and then just have it, scaled down.
Yep.
That just doesn't make any sense to me. But
Their approach to droids just doesn't. I mean, I've talked about this in the past. There are smart repaints, and then there is smarter repaints, and I just don't understand how they have not capitalized on droid bodies in general in both scales.
Battle
In both
droids,
scales.
like
right?
Any kind of astromech, yeah, absolutely.
It just like it perplexes me. The 3 3/4 I can kind of understand because Disney's kind of taken the ball and ran with it, and I
With the
don't know
Droid
what
Factory
the
stuff,
full
yeah.
terms,
Yeah.
what the full terms of their contract is, because Disney is renting the term Droid Factory from Hasbro. They created that for their 3 3/4 Droid Factory line back in the day. But I don't know what the negotiations are. Like, does Disney say you can't be making tons of droids in the action figure line because we're doing that over here? Or did that come with the rental? Or are they just deciding because you can get them at Disney, why am I going to make it? Because to this day, the best chopper is made by Disney Droid Factory. We don't even have a good 3 3/4 chopper.
That's so weird.
There's no
You'll have the
realistic
head.
or super articulated version of one.
Yeah, it's so weird.
You have the 5 POA one that came out during the Rebels line, and then you have that head that's coming out. That's it.
That's it.
And it seems like that's, something you could make multiple versions of, since he had different paint decos and disguises and stuff throughout the show.
I mean, it's bizarre in the Black Series that we don't have any other protocol droids other than 000 and C-3PO. Like, you paint it white. You got a K-3PO from
U-3PO, E-3PO,
TC-14.
K-3PO,
Like
TC-14.
Yeah.
Hey, is back metalized not back on the table now? I
guess it is. Yeah.
But where's my TC-14 that's shiny? I'll buy that. I'll buy that. That's a great old school figure. Yeah, it is perplexing what they do and don't do.
Yeah.
I mean, they want clones in Mando armor repainted every which way to Sunday. But man, you talk about a droid, they're like, oh, I'll get to one in a couple years.
Yeah.
You're like, right, EV-99 could be multiple cars
Easily.
right now. It could be Jabba's, it can be in the Cantina, it can be,
Or 8D8, you're getting one with the new Jabba.
8D8.
But that's it.
I mean,
Give us a 2-1B. Give us an FX7. Like,
Yeah.
I don't understand. Well, I mean, but also like you were just saying, like the droid repaints. I mean, they don't do as many as they could.
yeah.
Right? There are so many droids out there.
They repaint clone troopers so much and so often now. They could easily do the same with astromechs, and I feel like they would sell maybe not as much because you can't necessarily army build the same astromech, but people would buy at least one of them, in my opinion.
Well, what you do is you make them characters from the Clone Wars. You make ones that had personality or had a significant scene.
There's that,
and people will buy them just like a normal figure.
Yeah. There's the R4 from that episode where the R4 was a General Grievous like spy or whatever, and R2D2 fought him. Like,
oh yeah,
and aren't there
Goldie
in Phantom Menace? There's like 6 R2D2 colored, right?
In on the ship, on Padme's ship.
Yeah,
just
the power banks and all the ones that get picked off up there. I mean, well, the Clone Wars is a plethora of droids, right?
Yep.
I mean,
so many. It's ridiculous. It's just it's bonkers that they haven't just been printing them like money. Like that's all it is.
Well, and all you need is a new head, and you have the what's called the shopkeeper droid from the Clone Wars. Kind of got the square top head, but it's on just a 3PO body. Like you have to mold one head, and you have a new character.
It's weird.
Yeah. Well,
anyway.
I think before we wrap up, we'll dive deeper into those. Hopefully, next episode we'll have a great episode and dive deeper into those. So that's all I'm going to say about that because unconfirmed right now. But before we let you go, Jake, we really want to thank you for joining us on Black Series Cantina. Like, this was honestly one of my favorite episodes we've ever done. Like, honestly, I'm not even the conversation about toys and action figures as a whole we had. It's second to none, and like we really appreciate it. But before we let you go, we have to put you through some questions first.
Hit me.
What is your favorite Black Series action figure?
Favorite Black Series? Oh man, see that Gamorrean That Gamorrean definitely sits high with me. I'm excited to open this Doc Ondar, but since I got it like a couple days ago, it hasn't come out of the package just yet. The Gamorrean's probably one of the top. I know I was really excited about the finding that Clone Wars Obi-Wan that we were just showing that might be released in Clone Wars armor when it came out, but I remember I just wasn't as thrilled with the figure. I don't think it's
not a good
stood
figure.
well at all.
Not a good figure.
awful.
It wasn't, and the armor made it so it didn't pinch. So
Yeah.
It also has an inaccurate head because he should have longer hair from the cartoon. So wouldn't it make more sense for them to put it on the new clone body with the accurate episode 2 head and just call it a day there?
Right. Yeah, I'm gonna go with the Gamorrean. I'm gonna go with the Gamorrean.
All right. What is your least favorite Black Series figure?
All of the rest.
Least favorite. My goodness gracious. Well, I have avoided the ones that were obvious stinkers. Not being a completist, but having tons of friends who are all in. I have multiple friends who do 2 of everything.
Oh, wow.
Black Series, yeah, and they have since day one.
Well,
everything.
Tell them to listen to Black Series Cantina; they'll probably love it.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they do. Yeah, 1 carded and 1 loose. I'm gonna go with. Wow, I should be more prepared with the answer. Again, I rarely
we like putting people on the spot here.
No, I know. Well, I like I said, I rarely focus on the negatives. So I'm gonna go with. Oh, geez, I wish I had a reference in front of me. Not all my Black Series are in here. I had to pack them away when I remodeled this. This is a basement we just remodeled this last year. Good gravy. I feel like I should know this.
We can come back to it if you want to think about it.
Come back to this because I feel like I have complained about a Black Series figure that I'm going to get off the show and go, oh, duh. Okay.
All right.
So come back to me on that one.
Come back to that one. What is like a figure that you want them to make in the Black Series that doesn't exist yet the most? Like your top wanted character for Black Series? Or TVC. I mean, you're a bigger TVC guy, so
easy.
You can do TVC.
Easy. I need more Finn.
Let's just say Star Wars figure. Yeah.
Star Wars figure.
Oh, well, that's a whole different game. I think if we're talking any Star Wars figure, I think one figure that people have it's just gone. Like they don't even remember. They don't remember that it even exists. Is that we don't have a Sice Noodles from the non-special edition. Like she's had 1 figure ever only, ever in existence.
I'd be down for a Sice Noodles original.
So I want one with the big feather and the snaggle teeth, and the one that doesn't, the non-special edition Sice Noodles. That would be my number 1 figure because that one's been essentially erased from existence. People forget. So yeah, that one would be for sure mine. But if we're talking just Black Series, I would want more Finn.
Finn? Like Rise of Skywalker Finn or something? Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Dad would love a Rise of Skywalker Finn. Yeah.
Definitely need that in 3 3/4 since we got like 6 figures total.
Yeah.
For Rise in 3 3/4.
So next question, over the course of like collecting, a lot of people answer this question with like photoreal or butterfly joints. So what's been your favorite innovation brought into Star Wars action figures over the years?
Well, I mean, if we're going back, I mean, the increased articulation obviously was something that was, I'm not obsessed with articulation, but the fact that it went from 5 POA to, now we're in the vicinity of 20 somethings POA, it was pretty common for a figure. Articulation is definitely one, but that's a very old invention since that started. Yeah. Well, it didn't even start Power of the Force because Power of the Force was still like 6 POA. It started.
I think the first figure with elbows was the Cantina band member.
Well, the Cantina band member
was a mail-away figure.
Yep. But then you remember the first one that was ever labeled super articulated was the Attack of the Clones Clone Trooper.
That's also true. Yes.
So he was labeled Attack of the Clones. So we're talking the year 2020,
2002.
2002.
Yeah.
I tried saying 20s.
Yeah.
2002. So that's 20 years ago that just the super articulation even came into existence.
And that was a big thing in 2002 because you had the Spider-Man from Toy Biz that was super articulated. Like they started going for that basically is around that time.
Yeah, now they're good at like making it super articulated and hiding all the joints, which is, insane.
Right? The pinless.
Yeah.
The pinless. So yeah, I would say the super articulate, the added articulation, then the improved articulation, because then they started rocker joints. Well, how long ago was that? And then the ankle rockers, like 6 years ago, 7 years ago or so. And then you had photoreal and now pinless. Soft goods is not top of my list. I would prefer a accurate. Where you guys fall? You love soft goods? Because I would prefer plastic sculpted.
I go back and forth.
I like it where it works, but they try to do some soft goods, and it just at the price point, it just doesn't work. Like you need to do like SH Figuarts price point to get, as far as like Star Wars license, to get even good soft goods. And I even got I had it right here. I don't know where he is now, but the SH Figuarts Return of the Jedi Darth Vader. And at that price point, the soft goods on that, like I'm not happy with like the way the cape lays off his shoulders, because it should like kind of be heavy and like weighing like thinned out, but it kind of like floats up and goes back and it's wired. And so even at that price point, like soft goods. But I do enjoy good soft goods over molded plastic all the way down.
Well, as a 3 3/4, it's harder to get accurate soft goods.
Yes,
my alarm.
record it.
I said record. The ghost. We got to do the ghost.
There's my ghost. So the soft goods at a smaller scale is much harder to do. All right.
I think I might have lost the Darth Vader SH Figuarts. I don't know where it is.
Official tally. It's loading.
Oh, there it is.
Oh, I went offline. That's why. Let's get back.
It's at 9455.
Oh, funny. Because mine. The app says 9387.
Well, that's way wrong.
Yeah, let me
You see how like
that.
the cape sits a little high off his shoulders, I feel like?
Yeah.
It just like not really a fan.
Yeah, no. Especially when the smaller scale, it's just not. It's not as accurate. Let's see. Reloading. 9455. Boom.
945.
Okay.
Cool. Well, what else we got?
A couple more questions. What's your favorite era to collect?
Well. Well, it's hard because I've always collected in the era since the beginning. So I think current era, because I'm spoiled, or I try so hard, or whatever. I'm a completist in ways. I typically get most of everything that's
comes out. Yeah.
So I don't have to really jump back and get a lot of stuff. I'll fill in a few holes here and there, but as a completist, I typically, have everything. Well, I can tell you the pre-sale era is not my favorite. I don't like pre-buying a figure that I have to wait, 15 to 18 months for sometimes. I will say the post Toys R Us era is not my favorite. So if I'm trying to evaluate times when I've had the most fun, it was definitely when, Force Fridays were a thing, when there was hype around a release of toys, and Midnight Madness from the prequels. I mean, those were some amazing times, bonding with people, waiting overnight, doing midnight runs. There was a lot more community in collecting back then, as opposed to, like I said, it's pretty soulless to be online at 10 a.m. in the morning for a 3-minute pre-order, as opposed to hanging out with people and networking and whatnot. So,
and sometimes it's 7 a.m. for you all out there, because I've had 10 a.m. pre-orders. So for you all, it's 7 a.m. And I know Mike's like got the alarm clock for like 5:58 or 6:58 or something.
Oh, well, yeah. I mean, there's sometimes when you wake up and realize something dropped at midnight.
Yep.
And East Coast figured it out at 6 a.m.
Yep.
But you're not up for another, 3 hours after that. 3 hours, so everything's sold out. And you're like, how is this sold out? No, it dropped at midnight. Damn it.
Yeah. And
so
one last question before we let you go. We normally finish it with Black Series or Vintage Collection, but I already know it's going to be TV series. So I came up with another one. And I figured we'd get a little deep on the Black Series Cantina here. So what do like toys and action figures mean to you?
Yeah, no, that's an easy one. No, it is what I've thought about quite a bit in the past is toys for me have always been consistent. So their consistency, their security, they are a part of me that I understand. They can't betray me. They can't, upset me. They can't, that's not what they're made for in regards to me. They're something that has consistently always been there. And so it's definitely a happiness and a security and something that's just for me. And I never force, my Star Wars fandom on my kids or collecting. My boy is not a collector, really. He doesn't he'll clean out his room and I'm like, you really don't want this? He's like, no, I'm good with it. And I'm like, okay. And then I take it, or whatever it is. So it is, toy collecting to me is a way to interact with my passion of being a fandom of Star Wars or Transformers or G.I. Joe or He-Man or whatever. And it's a part of my fandom that can't be, it's just mine. It's just me. That's where that security comes from. Someone can't, obviously someone could steal my toys, but I can go buy another one and have that feeling again, right? So someone really can't take that from me. They can't affect it. No one can come in and, review bomb my thoughts on my toys and my connections. So that's a weird definition, I think, but it's still something that, like, when I was in middle school, I still collected toys, and when everyone else was blowing them up and burying them and selling them at garage sales and trading them for, to go on dates with girls, I was out there hunting down Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, and when I was in college, I was hunting down Playmates action figures in Star Trek, and when I lived in the Caribbean, I was trying to find action figures where there was none.
That sounds hard.
Right. I mean, yeah, it's always been, a lifelong passion of mine that hasn't ever changed. I'm pretty consistent on that. So consistency, stability, a personal thing, I guess.
Yeah. We appreciate the great answer. We appreciate you joining us tonight. I know this one
thank you very much.
We went really long. We normally do about 2.5 or so max, sometimes 3.
Yeah, my wife just sent me text messages like, "Are you guys dead or what's going on?"
I've got it. Yeah. I've got 3 or 4. Dinner's on the stove. Your boy's kind of bored.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've got a couple of texts from my wife too, so I feel like it's probably time we head off. Do you have anything you're working on, or where can people follow you if they're? I'm sure everybody listening has seen your site, but just in case there's that 1 or 2 new collector.
We're on the site. I'm not writing as much as I would normally, but it's still there. I'm still doing press releases and updating some spreadsheets right now, but I'm maintaining the 4 main socials now, Facebook, still on Twitter. Oh, sorry, X. Sorry.
Call it Twitter. I don't care what anyone says.
I know. Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and Threads. Always updating there. I'm hanging out with my boys on Galaxy of Toys. I pop in on the Toy Anxiety every once in a while.
Yeah, I've seen you a couple times on Toy Anxiety.
Mm-hmm. I got a toy show coming up that I'll be doing. Be helping out on with the Washington State SummerCon or the Washington State Toy Show. So if you're in the Everett area, we'll be doing a big toy show. The Baroness from the original G.I. Joe animated series will be joining us at that show. We'll have another toy show in November in Puyallup, and then another one in Vancouver later on this year. And the one in Puyallup will probably have some guests, and I'll probably do some celebrity panels at that one as well. So yeah, I'm locally all over. And online, you can find me on the socials. But thank you again, gentlemen. This has been a blast. And I told you I like to talk toys, and here we are. 4 hours, 12 minutes.
You did not disappoint.
Anytime that there's like a lack of news, we're going to contact you because we love talking action figures like this. Like,
we'll do it.
We will definitely love to have you back on anytime. Like,
anytime.
This was fabulous.
Let me know.
Mike, you got any videos you're dropping, or where can new listeners find you on the socials?
Yeah, so I've actually had a sort of resurgence on Black Series, but with just toy videos in general. I made a G.I. Joe video. I released a Black Series video on, what was the last one? The Force Ghosts. I thought that one was pretty good. I've been cutting them up and putting them on TikTok. Yeah, I'm going to do one on the Endor pack. I'm probably going to do a Darth Maul overview and talk about all the different Darth Mauls that have come out in the Black Series. Kind of like when I go through them all and kind of compare them and stuff. So I got some things cooking. I'm cooking.
He's in the kitchen.
I'm in the kitchen. Watch me cook.
You can follow me on Instagram. Obviously, I'm no longer the Star Wars Black Series with over 40,000 followers.
Yeah,
I got perma banned, but you can follow me on Instagram now at blackseriescantina. It's been, I think yesterday was exactly 1 month since the Instagram got randomly banned, and I'm already over 2,000 followers. So
awesome.
Let's
You'll get there.
Keep it
That's
building. Right. I know I won't ever reach anywhere close to 40, but hopefully we'll see. But you can also follow me on TikTok. That still has the traditional at the Star Wars Black Series. We're almost at 17,000 on there. So go follow me on TikTok. And then join our Patreon. We have some killer episodes coming up and some killer guests. Jake from LOM to Zuckuss was the first in our killer lineup of guests.
True.
But we have many more lined up. And then, so join Patreon if you want to join us live. We have merch. We just dropped a pretty sick pint glass. Wilbon and some other people got one. Like, they're awesome. I personally love it. We also have hoodies and shirts and all the good stuff. Follow us on X, formerly known as Twitter, at TBS Cantina. And then we're most active in our Facebook group, which is Black Series Cantina. So we'd appreciate if everybody joined that. That's so far, that's a very positive community. Like, people get roasted in other Facebook groups whenever they post, like, oh, hey, like, look at this Luke and Grogu pack I found and I like it. And you get like laugh comments. Like, somebody said they found the Holdo figure for like $7 and people were like, why would you waste $7? But trust me, in our Facebook group, everybody is like super positive.
Everybody's super cool about it. That's right. Yeah. You like what you like, baby. Like it.
And then email us, blackseriescantina@gmail.com, if you find a cool article, probably from LOM to Zuckuss, and you want us to cover it on the show that we may have missed. Other than that, I think thank you everybody who's listening afterwards for sticking around all the way to the end for this 4-hour pod. Thank you. Big shout out to everybody who joined us live. We had a lot of people in here, the Patreon members joining us live for this one. So I think that'll do it. We'll see you back. Don't forget about the VIP show on August 10th. And then we'll be back in 2 weeks for the main show to cover more Star Wars Black Series. With a guest. 98% sure.
Yep.
Unless you confirmed it.
We'll see. I don't know. I haven't looked.
All right.
Well, we'll see you next time. Bye.